like me. Loving is what I got. I said remember that. Loving is what I got. I remember that. Loving is what I got. I said remember that. Loving is what I got. So that's all. Well, I was sitting, waiting, wishing you believed in superstitions that maybe you'd see the signs. But Lord knows that this world is cruel, and I ain't the Lord, no, I'm just a fool, and I'm loving somebody, don't make them love you. Must I always be waiting, waiting on you? Must I always be playing, playing the fool? I sang your songs, I danced your dance, I gave your friends all a chance. Putting up with them wasn't worth never having you. Oh, maybe you've been through this before, but it's my first time, so please ignore the next few lines, cause they're the way I can't always be waiting, waiting on you. I can't always be playing, playing the fool. I keep playing your part, but it's not my scene. Want this block and twist, I've had enough mystery. Keep building it up, but you're shooting me down. But I'm already down, just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Well, if I was in your position, I'd put down all my ammunition. I'd wonder why it taken me so long. But Lord knows that I'm not you, and if I was, I wouldn't be so cruel, cause waiting on love ain't so easy to do. Must I always be waiting, waiting on you? Must I always be playing, playing the fool? No, I can always be waiting, waiting on you. I can't always be playing, playing the fool, fool. Who's to say what's impossible they forgot? This world keeps spinning, and with each new day I can feel a change in everything. And as the surface breaks, reflections fade, but in some ways they remain the same. And as my mind begins to spread its wings, there's no stopping curiosity. I wanna turn the whole thing upside down. I I can try. And as I roll along, I begin to find things aren't always just what they seem. I wanna turn the whole thing upside down. I'll find the things they say just can't be found. I'll share this love I find with everyone. We'll sing and dance to Mother Nature's song. This world keeps spinning and there's no time to waste. Well, it all keeps spinning, spinning round and round and upside down. Who's to say what's impossible and can't be found? I don't want this feeling to go away. Please don't go away. Please don't go away. Please don't go away. Is this how it's supposed to be? Is this how it's supposed to be?
Superhero, I'm not afraid to tumble for. phone flight. We be in the same time zone, looking through your timeline, seeing all the rainbows. I got an idea, and I know that it sounds crazy. I just wanna see ya. Oh, I gotta ask, do you got plans tonight? I'm a couple 100 miles from Japan, and I was thinking I could fly to your hotel tonight. 'Cause I can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. I can't seem to get you off my mind. Let's get lost. Let's get lost. I can't seem to get you off my mind. I can feel the tension. We could cut it with a knife. I know it's more than just a friendship. I can hear you think I'm right, yeah. Do I gotta convince you that you shouldn't fall asleep? It'll only be a couple hours. I'm a couple 100 miles from Japan, and I was thinking I could fly to your hotel tonight. 'Cause I can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. I can't seem to get you off my mind. Let's get lost. Let's get lost. I can't seem to get you off my mind. Do you got plans tonight? I'm a couple 100 miles from Japan, and I was thinking I could fly to your hotel tonight. 'Cause I can't get you off my mind. I can't get you off my mind. Do you got plans tonight, baby? I was hoping I could get lost in your paradise. The only thing I'm thinking about is you and and I can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. I can't seem to get you off my mind. Let's get lost. Let's get lost. I can't seem to get you off my mind. Let's get lost. Let's get lost. I can't seem to get you off my mind.
It's better than it not working at all. Those when you start doing, we play 12, 15 days around twice here. We don't have another backtrack incident back to the get me out the way. 18 games, yeah. Yeah, because they come back and play 6 more next year. But they play back-to-back roads after that. The schedule is nice. Yeah, it's pretty beautiful now. With the second series and then one day off.
Gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day I die, I'ma touch the sky. Back when they thought pink polos would hurt the ride. Before Cam got the pop, the doors is closed. I felt like bad boy street team. I couldn't work the locks. Now let's go. Take them back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul van. Any pessimists, I ain't talk to them. Plus I ain't had no phone in my apartment. Let's take them back to the club. At least about an hour I stand online. I just wanted to dance. I went to Jacob an hour after I got my advance. I just wanted to shine. Jake favorite line, dog, in due time. Now they look at me like, damn, dog, you what I am. A hip-hop legend. I think I died in an accident, cause this must be heaven. I gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day I die, I'ma touch the sky. Gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day I die, I'ma touch the sky. Now let's take them high. Now let's take them high. Gucci with the rock, back with Slick Rick got the pop. I'd do anything to say I got it. Damn, them new loafers hurt my pocket. Before anybody wanted K-West beats, me and my girl split the buffet at KFC. Dog, I was having nervous breakdowns like, man, these that much better than me, baby. I'm going on an aeroplane, and I don't know if I'll be back again. Sure enough, I sent the plane tickets, but when she came to kick it, things became different. Any girl I cheated on, she skeeted on, couldn't keep it at home, thought I needed a knee alone. I'm trying to right my wrongs, but it's funny them saying wrongs help me write the song now. I gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day you die, you gon' touch the sky. You gon' touch the sky, baby girl. Testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day you die, you gon' touch the sky.
Yes, 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 who's on third? Lupe still like Lupe in the third. Here like here till I'm bitter on the curb. Peach fuzz buzz, but bitter on the verge. Let's slow it down like we're on the serve. Bottle shaped body like Mrs. Butterworth. But before you say another word, I'm back on the block like I'm laying on the street. I'm trying to stop lying like I'm unlocked, but I'm not lying when I'm laying on the beat. On guard, a touche, Lupe, cool as the unthought, but I still feel possessed as a gun charge. To come as correct as a porn star. And a fresh pair of steps and my best for a car. So, I represent the first. Now let me end my verse right where the horns are like,
I gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day you die, you gon' touch the sky. You gon' touch the sky, baby girl. Testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day you die, you gon' touch the sky.
we bring it home, baby.
Sky high, I'm 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 sky high, sky high, I'm sky high.
Yeah, you on it. Yeah. Feels good to be home, baby. Feels good to be home.
Baby, I like your style.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray. That's why I need a one dance, not a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance, got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Baby, I like your style.
Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends. I had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time, and that's why I need a one dance, not a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance, got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. time that I go, higher powers taking hold on me.
Dale mambo, dale mambo. Son cosas que pasan en el barrio fino. Esta noche contigo la pasé bien. Pero no me entregues, te besan bien. Yeah, y tú fallaste, pero está bien. Tú fallaste, pero está bien. Lo que pasó.
Vamos a dejar esto claro ya, ¿ok?
Lo que pasó, pasó entre tú y yo. Lo que pasó, pasó entre tú y yo. Lo que pasó, pasó entre tú y yo. Lo que pasó, pasó entre tú y yo.
Dale mambo, dale mambo. Looney Tunes, son cosas que pasan en el barrio fino. Daddy Yankee, yo. Come on.
It wasn't easy, but nothing is. No. When I'm feeling low, and I'm feeling low. When I'm easy, all the time, but I'm never sure what I need to. Yes, I need you. When I was young, it's not my problem. S-U-C-C-E-S-S, having success, B-L-E-S-S, yes, just blessed. 10 toes down, it's a bag in Atlanta. It ain't no pressure, but you still keep on hammer. Don't let them, they friend, they don't lower their standards, and everybody cool with it. Young, sending them shots, just bought a new chopper, he'll show you he'll fool with it. Which one you on? Body for body, we have a bag full of bones. Came back rich, would've thought it was a clone. All these out bad, would've thought it homegrown. Huncho the chief, had to send it to my home. Franchise tag, everybody want a loan. We get the dough down and we made some money, and we left it open for y'all to come in. Gave them the blueprint and shake the whole world, and even showed them the robotic being. Mama, she told me to watch for the enemies, even the ones you call your friends. Charge it to the game, I'll call it a penalty. Then I switch it up and come back again. Every time I'm up, man, I know I'm up 10. Get close, I stretch it out again. Came from the trap, never trapped in the pen. But I sent big cap back to the pen. Game for the win, game for the win. Taking out said there's things on twins. Creeping at night, woo, walking with a rent. Jason with a knife, woo, walking with a grin. Who was Montana? Tony Montana, one live one night, they stayed in Atlanta. You tryna go viral, and your name on the banner. Want smoke, but it's all in the case. U-C-C-E-S-S, having success, B-L-E-S-S, yes, just blessed. 10 toes down, it's a bag in Atlanta. It ain't no pressure, but you still keep on hammer. Don't let them, they friend, they don't lower their standards, and everybody cool with it. Young, sending them shots, just bought a new chopper, he'll show you how fool with it. Which one you on? Body for body, we have a bag full of bones. Came back rich, would've thought it was a clone. All these out bad, would've thought it homegrown. Huncho the chief, had to send it to my home. Franchise tag, everybody want alone.
Gang with the beaters and you bang like a needle, fast like a cheetah. When I hit the gas, I'ma leave it up and down with the band. Love you playing on the seesaw. Can't forget my man, I put them bands on the key. I was speaking with our bad hands, showing we by selling girls. I had to hustle a lot of feel. I knew I wanted money, I was 5, I would need 5. I'ma have to keep, I ain't going out like B.I. Look, bass. We was in the basement, high and paper, they ain't listen. But wrist blowing kisses, we done put all your food, come a necklace. Looking like I just got out of blizzard. Bad, bought a little Chanel, it cost a nickel. Told the to ride it, bicycle. Super side Lambo, wide body whipping. I put a little switch up on the Glock, I'm trying to zip 'em. We put on the move and put the 30 on the killer. Went and bought the building, it's $1 million deal. I ain't worried about it, drop a ceiling. Holiday the millions, Northside legends.
S-U-C-C-E-S-S, having success, B-L-E-S-S, yes, just blessed. 10 toes down, it's a bag in Atlanta. It ain't no pressure, but you still keep on hammer. Don't let them, they friend, they don't lower their standards, and everybody cool with it. Young, sending them shots, just bought a new chopper, he'll show you how fool with it. Which one you on? Body for body, we have a bag full of bones. Came back rich, would've thought it was a clone. All these out bad, would've thought it homegrown. Huncho the chief, had to send it to my home. Franchise tag, everybody want a loan.
Franchise player, had to send it to my home. Never seen it through your phone, had to get it on my own. I know right from wrong, but I'm playing all alone. Never show them your emotions and tell them what you be on. Get up your mind up when your bag get blown. Depend on who the person, gotta be mentally strong. You just gotta run it up and never ever phone. Picking up a loan, never asking for a loan. B-L-E-S-S, cause it's blessed. Looking through a check while I'm sitting on the jet. Flex for the net, bitch, ain't met. I can up $1 million if I ever get depressed. About to send me and you know it can suppress. And every time I see the bag, I see another one. So got the calendar, they know that we the best. I know some they be hating on success. I know they be praying for the best. Going south cause they got less. Ain't get no training when they got pressed.
S-U-C-C-E-S-S, having success, B-L-E-S-S, yes, just blessed. 10 toes down, it's a bag in Atlanta. It ain't no pressure, but you still keep on hammer. Don't let them, they friend, they don't lower their standards, and everybody cool with it. Young, sending them shots, just bought a new chopper, he'll show you how fool with it. Which one you on? Body for body, we have a bag full of bones. Came back rich, would've thought it was a clone. All these out bad, would've thought it homegrown. Huncho the chief, had to send it to my home. Franchise tag, everybody want a loan. You really want it, you get it on your own. You ain't got time to be calling the phone. Still gotta get it in the field, you ain't did nothing wrong. Say you really want it, you get it on your own. Still, yeah. If you ain't really got it, I get it to my home.
No, literally, he was like 6'5", about 50. 6'5", 220.
controls. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm just coming back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. They'll never let you go this time. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up in them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Hey, switch my whip, came back in black, I'm starting saying recipes to Bon Scott. Close that door, we blowing smoke. She asked me light a fire like a Morrison. Hey, act a fool on stage, probably leave my show in a cop car. Hey, it was legendary through a TV out the window of the montage. On the table, look upon, don't give a damn. Don't your girlfriend is so cool, she just tryna get in. Saying I'm with the band. Ay, now she acting out of pocket, tryna grab up on my pants. On it, in my trailer, said they ain't got a man. And they all brought a friend. Yeah, ay. I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up in them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. I've been in the hills, superstars feeling like a pop star. Drinking Henny bad, jumping in the pool and I ain't got on no bra. Hit her front and back, pulling on the tracks and now she screaming out no more. They like Savage, why you got a 12-car garage and you only got 6 cars? I ain't with the cake and how you kiss that. Your wifey say I'm looking like a whole snap. Green honey
in my safe, I got old racks. LA always asking what a get. Living like a rock star, smash out on a cop car, sweeter than a Pop Tart. You know you are not hard, I didn't make the eye chart. Remember I used to chop hard, living like a rock star. I'm living like a rock star.
I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. When we call up on no and show up in them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. I know they got your blacks, target and bullet, we're going down, round. You said it would going down to here. I'll be another one with the bullet. I know they got your blacks, target and bullet, we're going down.
Said our hustler's work is never through. We making it 'cause we making moves. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job.
Come on, baby, and drop it. Scrub the floor and just mop it. Show these gangsters how you pop lock it. Don't care what you got in your pocket. I beat the way that you rock it. Put that bang, bang, girl, stop it. Wanna just bang, bang, and pop it. While the club crowd are just watch you work it out. Got a gang of cash and it's going all on the ball. Get out. And it's going fast 'cause I feel like a superstar. Get out. And you may not have it, they might have just broke the law. Get out. It's your turn to grab it and make this whole thing yours. Work it out.
Said our hustler's work is never through. We making it 'cause we making moves. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job.
Some fresh to death looking plush. Ladies can't get enough. Got my fitness on looking buff. And all my people with my trust. Holding down for my city. If they're asking you, I'm not guilty. Only thing that I'm guilty of is making you rock with me. Work it out. Got a gang of cash and it's going all on the ball. And it's going fast 'cause I feel like a superstar. Work it out. And you may not have it, they might have just broke the law. It's your turn to grab it and I make this whole thing yours. Work it out.
Said our hustler's work is never through. We making it 'cause we making moves. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Said our hustler's work is never through. We making it 'cause we making moves. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job.
I got loyalty inside my DNA. Quarter piece, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, though ambition, flow inside my DNA. I was born like this, is born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that put the kids to bed. This that I got realness, I just kill 'cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil. him again. The sound that engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tires skirt the boulevard. I know how you work, I know just who you are. See, use it. Your hormones probably switch inside your DNA. Problem is, all that sucker shit inside your DNA. Daddy probably snitch, heritage inside your DNA. Backbone don't exist, born on side a jellyfish I gauge. See my pedigree, most definitely don't tolerate the front. Shit like been through probably offend you. This is Paula's oldest son. I know murder, conviction, burners, boosters, burglars, ballers, dead, redemption, scholars, fathers dead. With kids and I wish I was fed. Forgiveness, yeah. Soldier's DNA, born inside the beast. My expertise checked out in second grade. When I was 9, on sale motel, we didn't have nowhere to stay. At 29, I've done so well, hit cartwheel in my estate. And I'm gon' shine like I'm supposed to. Antisocial extrovert, and excellent mean an extrovert. And absentness, what the fuck you heard? And passiveness never struck my nerve. And that's a riff from the this case. The reason my power's here. Salute the truth and the prophet's sake. I got loyalty, got royalty inside
This is
my
why
DNA.
I say that hip hop has done more damage to young African Americans than racism in recent years.
This is my heritage, all I'm inheriting. Money and power, the maker emeritus. Tell me something, you motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. I'd rather die than to listen to you. My DNA not for imitation, your DNA an abomination. This how I this when you in the matrix, dodging bullets, reaping what you're sowing, stacking up the footage, living on the go and sleeping in the villa, sipping from a Grammy, walking in the building, diamond in the ceiling, marble on the floor, beaches out the window, peeking out the window, baby in the pool, Godfather clothes, only Lord knows I've been going hammer, dodging paparazzi, freaking through the cameras, eating $4, Brock wearing sandals, yoga on a Monday, stretching to November, watching all the snakes, curving all the legs, phone never own, I don't conversate, I don't compromise, I just penetrate, sex, money, murder, these are the breaks, these are the times, level number 9, look up in the sky, tennis on the way, sentence on the way, Kenneth on the way, motherfucker, I got winners on the way, you ain't without a buddy on your belt, you ain't without a ticket on your plate, you ain't sick enough to put it on yourself, you ain't rich enough to hit the landscape, tell me when destruction gonna be my fate, gonna be the fate, gonna be the fate, peace to the world, let it roll, sex, money, murder, DNA.
It was great at the very start. Hands on each other, couldn't stand to be far apart. Closer the better. Now we're picking fights and slamming doors, magnifying all our flaws. And I wonder why, wonder what for, why we keep coming back for more. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Do we
Yeah, for the newspaper to ask them, but
I know we hurt you, maybe scared of love, too scared of love. He didn't deserve you, 'cause your precious heart is a precious heart. He didn't know what he had, I thank God. Oh, and it's gonna take just a little time, but you're gonna see that I was born to love you. What if I fall? I won't let you fall. What if I cry? I'll never make you cry. And if I get scared, I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter. What if I fall? I won't let you fall. What if I cry? I promise I'll never make you cry. And if I get scared, I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter. Look in the mirror, you're beautiful, so beautiful. I'm here to remind you, you're my only one. Let me be the one to heal all the pain that it put you through. Love like you never knew. Just let me show you. What if I fall? I won't let you fall. What if I cry? I'll never make you cry. And if I get scared, I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter. What if I fall? I won't let you fall. What if I cry? I promise I'll never make you cry. And if I get scared, I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter.
I wanna believe that you got me, baby.
I swear I do from now into the next life.
I wanna give you all my
I won't let you fall.
What if I cry?
I'll never make you cry.
And if I get scared,
I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter.
what if I fall?
I won't let you fall.
What if I cry?
I promise I'll never make you cry.
And if I get scared,
I'll hold you tighter. When they try to get to you, baby, I'll be the fighter.
what if I fall? What if I cry? And if I
yeah, absolutely. So like, when they're talking about that's no.
It's Friday after 5. I got here just in time. Went ahead and with a line before I went and lost my mind. And I ain't been here long, but the barbers in the pond going up, down, up, down, up, down. Tonight we're gonna
dancing cold beer, man. We live it up, down, we live it up, down. Yeah. Somebody pass that fifth to camp this way. I'll turn it up, down, up, down, up, down. We're just holding it down here in BFE. Still rolling around with a bird CD. Free bird, 5 minutes deep. Head bobbing up, down, up, down, up, down. We got what we got, we don't need the rest. Can turn this parking lot into a party with a nice chest dance and cold beer, man. We live it up, down, we live it up, down. Yeah. Mixtapes got a little Hank, little Drake, a little something bumping, thumping on the wheel, right? The mix in our drinks a little stronger than you think.
Nice to see you all. How you doing?
Take a sip of that feel, right? Trucks jacked up, flip bills flip back. Yeah, you can find us where the party's at. This is how we roll. We hanging around, singing out everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll. This is how we do. We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll. Yeah, baby, this is how we roll. We rolling into town with nothing else to do. We take another lap around. Yeah, holla at your boy if you need a ride. If you roll with me, yeah, you know we rolling high. On them 37 needles, windows hitting hard to see though. I fresh my baby ears in a shotgun seat though. And kisses off for me though, automatic like a free throw. This life I live, it might not be for you, but it's for me though. This is how we roll. We hanging around, singing out everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll. This is how we do. When the world turns ugly, I just turn and look at you, baby. This is how we roll.
We stick to our guns. We love who we love and we wanna have fun. Yeah, we cuss on them Mondays and pray on them Sundays. Pass it around and we dream about one day. 'Cause this is how we roll. We hanging around, singing out everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up.
This is how we roll. This is how we ride. We slanging up the mud, cutting through the countryside, baby. This is how we roll. Yeah, this is
And I forget just why it takes. Yeah, yes, it makes me smile. I found it hard, it's hard to find. Well, whatever, never
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium for Game 1 of our series, sponsored by Intermountain Healthcare, as we welcome the California Baptist Lancers as they take on your UNLV Hustlin' Rebels. The Mountain West Conference and UNLV are committed to the ideals of good sportsmanship and fair play. We ask that all persons please show respect for the opposing team, game officials, and for each other. Persons throwing objects or participating in other acts in conflict with good sportsmanship and fair play are subject to ejection. Your cooperation and consideration is greatly appreciated. We would also like to remind you that Early Wilson Stadium is a non-smoking facility. Designated smoking areas have been provided for you behind the grandstands area. Also, please be reminded that flash photography is not permitted.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those calls, I'm way too numb, yeah. It's way too dumb, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time I need the hype, throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side, yeah. Every time, yeah, 713 through the 281, yeah, I'm riding. Why they on me? Why they on me? I'm flying, sipping low key. I'm sipping low key in Onyx, rider. When I'm pulling up right beside you, pop star Lil Mariah. When I text kick game wireless, throw a stack on the Bible, never Snapchat to the ball. She fall through plenty, her and all her guineas. Yeah, we at the top floor, right there off Duini. Yeah, oh no, I can't fuck with y'all. Yeah, when I'm with my...
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the starting lineups for this evening's contest, starting with the California Baptist University Lancers. Leading off in left field, number 15, Garrett Ostrander. Batting second and wearing number 5, the catcher, number Michael Carpentier. Batting third baseman number 1, Mitchell Simon. Batting fourth, the right fielder, number 3, Dusty Garcia. Batting fifth, playing first base, number 26, Jake Skipworth. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 23, Shane Simpson. Batting seventh at shortstop, number 8, Josh Pano. Batting eighth in center field, number 22, Nick Dumanel. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 6, Connor McGuire. On the mound for the Lancers, number 24, the right-hander, Liam Rocha.
Every time, yeah, when you're not around, when you throw that to the side, I get those goosebumps every time. I wanna press my line, yeah.
And now the starting lineup for the UNLV Rebels. In center field, number 25, Rylan Charles. Batting second in left field, number 47, Austin Rizek. Batting third, the catcher, number 5, Jacob Sharp.
Picture with them, and it's on our table with
the cleanup hitter at third base, number 2, Darian Williams.
great kid.
Batting fifth at first base, number 14, Cade Higgins. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 22, Alex Pimentel. Batting seventh at second base, number 4, Braden Murphy. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 23, Paul Myro, the fourth. And batting ninth, the right fielder, number 8, Santino Panaro. Starting on the mound for the Hustlin' Rebels, number 12, the right-hander, Noah Carbajal.
I get those goosebumps every time I need the hype, throw that to the side. I get those goosebumps every time, yeah, when you're not around, when you throw that to the side. I get those goosebumps every time.
Got a girl from the south side, got brains in her hair. First time I seen her walk by, I fell by my chair. Had to get her number. It took me like 6 weeks. Now me and her go way back, like Cadillac seats. Body like a back road, driving with my eyes closed. I know every curve like the back of my hand. 15 and I ain't know her. I'ma take it slow, just as fast as I can. The way she fits in blue jeans, don't need no way. But I can turn them inside out, I don't need no way. Got hips like honey, so thick and so sweet. Ain't no curves like her in them downtown streets. Body like a back road, driving with my eyes closed. I know every
gentlemen, look down towards the mound as we have our ceremonial first pitch this evening. We'd like to welcome Christina Martinez. On July 28th, 2021, Christina Martinez arrived at the hospital with the shirt saying, "It's a great day to save lives." On that day, she donated one of her kidneys to a friend and colleague whose kidneys were failing. Her gift made it possible for Rakita to be healthy and to do the things she loves. Like Christina's shirt said, it's a great day to save lives. Please consider being an organ donor. To learn more, go to intermountainhealthcare.org/donate-life. We're calling it a strike. Thank you very much, Christina.
Just as fast as I can. I'ma take it slow. Just as fast as I can. I got ways to go. Friday night and I'm riding solo. When I touch down, keep it on the low low. I don't mess with your energy. No photos. So anti-social, but I don't care. Don't get out there and I'm gonna smoke it. Got a bottle in my hand, bring it up. Got my hat low, don't talk to me. I've been down, give me some space. Don't know what's in my brain. Say clouds in my pain. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I can't revive, yeah. On something, on something, on something. I wanna buy. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I can't revive, yeah. Won't let nothing come in between me and the night. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I can't revive, yeah. On something, on something, on something. I wanna buy. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I can't revive, yeah. Won't let nothing come in between me and the night.
I need room where you standing way too close. You might catch feels when I zoom. As I wake up by myself, oh, right past noon, then I'm down. In the sea, drowning all of my issues. Right before I leave, she give me more than just a mission. That thing got my back just like my engine, I can't hit it. Seen a vision in the bed and we committed. Lost it in a space.
Something,
trying to make them on spin. Where you been, girl? You and your friend need to come to the back. You got it locked out. Your white t-shirt over three-piece suit. Don't matter what you wear, all that matters is who you with. Some jiggy, some straight line, all up in the clubs to have a good time. Girls is on the way with a Bacardi. I don't think I'm so naughty. No, I can't forget.
Oh, you came
Yeah. Top of the morning, I know that you thought I was dormant. Woke up early for shots that was swarming. A block for the outside, a couch in the orbit. Cause somebody got popped, now they knocking on doors trying to find an informant. But I ain't seen Nathan, I'm minding my business. As God is my witness, the weapon gon' prosper that's forming against me. I'm starving, they miss me. Know when I'm done with these songs, you gon' miss me. John Moran, I'm on my grizzly. Music is just cuz, but no, not the ones in the big leagues. After the fall off, I promise I'm coming and selling out Wrigley's. Never seen no one driving a Bentley. I can't be out here mopping up Wendy's.
Pain and strife is my time now, my world, my life, my life.
Now taking the field, your 2023 UNLV Hustlin' Rebels. In left field, number 47, Austin Krizik. In center field, number 25, Rylan Charles. Manning right field, number 8, Santino Panaro. At the hot corner, third baseman number 2, Adarian Williams. Shortstop, number 23, Paul Myro, the 4th. At second base, number 4, Braden Murphy. Playing first base, number 14, Cade Higgins. Behind the plate, number 5, Jacob Sharp. And on the mound, number 12, the right-hander, Noah Carbajal. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise, remove your caps, and stand in attendance for this evening's rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. Performing tonight is Shirley Ignacio with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley Ignacio.
From Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV, welcome into another edition of Hustlin' Rebel Baseball. Today, welcoming in the California Baptist Lancers out of the WAC. Hustlin' Rebels enter into today's matchup with a 14-20 record, welcoming in the 19-18 Lancers. Along with my broadcast partner, Dan Dolby, I'm Matt Neverett, welcoming you to Earl E. Wilson here on a picture-perfect Friday night for a three-game weekend series as UNLV looks to come back after a three-game sweep on the road last weekend at the hands of conference foe San Jose State. The Hustlin' Rebels throwing out the 6'2", 200-pound Las Vegas native Noah Carbajal to get the start. Carbajal making his fourth start of the season and his 10th overall appearance, and Dan really trending in the right direction towards the back half of the season as Carbajal in his first season in the Scarlet and Gray.
Yeah, he seems to be finding a groove for himself and for the pitching staff. Started out the year coming out of the out of the bullpen most of the time, but last couple chances he's got to come out and start a game. He's really kind of come into his own. Coach Vanderhook, talking to him earlier, was really pleased with the progress that he's been making and is looking for him to come in and shut the Lancers down tonight.
Carbajal enters with a 1-4 record and a 5.81 ERA throughout the season, and making just his fourth start in his first year here with UNLV. It's Jacob Sharp doing the catching, filling up the battery behind home plate with Cade Higgins currently warming up the infield, playing at first base with Braden Murphy starting at second, Paul Myro the fourth starting at shortstop tonight with E. Darian Williams, the fifth-year starter. Over at the hot corner at third base, it's Austin Krizik in left field, Ryland Charles in center, and Santino Panaro in right. Dan, this is a starting 8 around the pitching staff that the coaching staff really comfortable with at this point in the year.
Yeah, we started out the year with a lot of guys playing new positions, especially in the infield. Really starting to come into their own now. The defense has really settled in. Darian Williams at third, Paul Myro transferred from Oregon State at short, Braden Murphy at first, and then transfer from Arizona State, Higgins at first. It's been really nice for the Rebels.
In from the right side, Garrett Ostrander to lead things off. The right-handed batting left fielder takes a first pitch inside. Called for ball one, underway at 6:07. Here on a Friday night, 84 degrees with the wind blowing in and slightly towards left. Carbajal with a heavy fastball upstairs and a bit inside as well. 2 balls, no strikes to the left fielder Ostrander. Catcher Michael Carpentier on deck, the second batter, with Mitchell Simon batting third, playing third. Carbajal in the strike category with a called strike one. Anthony Prater, our home plate umpire tonight. Kirk Struble down the first base side. Scott Jones at second. Michael Goebel down the third base side. Ground ball picked up on one hop by E. Darian Williams. Third baseman's sidearm sling to first is in time. Ostrander grounds out to first. So far, so good for Carbajal and the Rebels. With 1 out, nobody on here in the first, it's the catcher Carpentier. The 303 batter. 4 home runs, 18 driven in. For the left-handed batting sophomore backstop.
Carbajal's going to have to keep the ball down against the Lancers. They have 51 home runs on the year, so they're used to the long ball. So he's going to have to keep that ball down low into the zone.
Spins a slider that Carpentier swings and misses at for strike one. Mitchell Simon on deck with 14 of those home runs. He's also driven in 40 on the year. Dangerous middle part of the lineup for head coach Gary Adcock as the pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike the count.
I was watching Carpentier in batting practice this morning. He was pretty impressive.
Takes his slider, worked in towards the outside. Good pitch there by Carbajal for a called strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes to Carpentier. Infield a step to the right all the way around. Still battling with the sun. Change up away. Count goes even at 2-2. After Simon, the on-deck batter, Dusty Garcia. Left-handed batting right fielder bats fourth, Jake Skipworth. First baseman, it's fifth in the lineup, with Shane Simpson DHing and batting 6th for the Lancers. Carpentier fights this pitch off, fouls it straight back into the seats, and the count remains 2-2. Josh Payne, the shortstop, bats 7th. Nick Dumanel playing in center field, just his second start of the year. And batting 9th, the second baseman, Connor McGuire. Trying to be a little too fine there was Carbajal. Missing outside on the fastball, and the count goes full at 3-2 to Carpentier. Carbajal on the same page as Sharp. 3-2 pitch, hit in the air to right center field. Going back is Charles. Center fielder still on the move. He can't get it. Picks it up as a short hop on the wall. It bounces away from him. But into second base nonetheless is Michael Carpentier on a 1-out, 2-bagger. It's the 13th double of the year for Carpentier. And now with a runner in scoring position, 1 out. Here in the top of the first inning, it's Mitchell Simon in from the right.
As I mentioned earlier, keeping the ball down against the Lancers is going to be key for success tonight for the Hustlin' Rebel pitchers. That ball on a full count was up and Carpentier was able to drive that ball, and he's got the power to do it. So, going to have to be a little more selective with our pitches tonight.
Big body third baseman Mitchell Simon stands in. 1 out, 1 on as he takes a fastball, called for a strike, down and away.
Carb's been having a little more confidence with that fastball there too. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of that from him tonight.
Simon wearing number 1, the 6'1", 183-pound junior, swings and skies it high but shallow to left field. In foul territory, Darian Williams will run out of room as it skips over the third base visiting side bullpen. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes to Mitchell Simon. Rebels in their home whites with black pinstripes. California Baptist in their road blues with the white pinstripes. So a battle of the stripes on a Friday night here in Vegas. Sun setting beyond the third base bleachers. Here's the 0-2 from Carbajal out of the stretch. Swung on, rolled down the third base side, charging is Williams. Third baseman gloves, transfers and throws to first, all in time, all while keeping an eye on the runner Carpentier, who has to stay at second. A couple of ground outs are the only out so far in the top of the first. And with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, it's Dusty Garcia, the right fielder.
Carbajal was able to get that ball on the hands right there. Not much that can be done with that behind in the count 0-2 right there. So was able to saw him off. Good play by Darian, and you saw Myro rotating over to third to make sure that Carpentier stays at second.
So Garcia, the left-handed batter, hitting .227 this year. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Sharp able to keep it in front.
Sharpie's been we talked about on previous broadcasts, he's just been an absolute brick wall back there for the Hustling Rebels this year.
Fullerton college transfer, doing great defensively, even better with the bat here in his first year in Vegas. Carbajal looks to second. Myro fakes a run to the base. Instead, this one swung on and hit in the air to left center. Drifting back is Charles, still on the move. On the sprint is Rylan. He's got it right in front of the fence. Rylan Charles had to cover plenty of ground and then some, but he gloves it to retire Garcia for the final out. Michael Carpentier stranded on overall in the top of the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on. UNLV comes to bat for the first time in the bottom of the first. Next.
Food and beverages are available for purchase at the Smokin' Sam's concession stand. Don't miss out on $2 Dos Equis while supplies last. UNLV Baseball thanks Smokin' Sam's for their support of the program.
Along with Dan Dolby, Matt Neverett welcoming you back to Early Wilson Stadium for the home half of inning number 1. First up for UNLV up against the Lancers of California Baptist, who were held scoreless by Noah Carbajal, sitting 89-92 on a fastball, working up and down, and he threw his off-speed pitches effectively in a scoreless top of the first inning. Rebels trying to get something going against Liam Rocha, the 6'3", 200-pound junior right-hander out of San Dimas, California. Gives up a first pitch foul ball by Rylan Charles into the seats on the left field side, and the count 0-1. Rocha 4-0 with a 2.84 ERA. Top pitcher on the staff this year for California Baptist. Spins a curveball that stays high. It's a 1-1 count to Rylan Charles, who made an outstanding grab on the run to end the top of the first inning in center field.
Which we're getting used to. Right.
Par for the course for Rylan, yeah. He takes that overhand curveball through the top of the zone for strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes from Rocha, who's making his 8th start, 12th overall appearance in 50 2/3 innings this year. He struck out 61 hitters, make it 62 as Charles swings and misses at a low pitch. Throw down to first from the catcher. Carpentier is in time. Charles strikes out, scored 2-3 on the putout. And with one out, nobody on, it's Austin Krizik batting second. Playing in left field this evening with Jacob Sharp, the catcher, batting third. Darian Williams will hit in the cleanup spot and play at third base with Cade Higgins, son of Kevin, batting fifth, playing at first. Alex Pimentel doing the DHing tonight, batting sixth. First pitch up and away to Krizik for ball one. Bottom third of the lineup comprised of the second baseman, Braden Murphy, the shortstop, Paul Myro, the fourth. And number 9 in the lineup, number 9 on the card as well in right field is Santino Panaro. Fastball rides over the inner third for a called strike. And the count, 1-1 strike to Vegas native Austin Krizik.
Austin's been struggling a little bit. I talked to him quite a bit on the San Jose trip last weekend.
Takes a curveball low, 2 balls and a strike.
You know, and part of it for him is just mental. He's just not used to being in a kind of this prolonged slump. But I said, hey, let's just have fun. Let's enjoy the game. We're not working, right? We're playing a game.
Pops this one up, foul ground first base side. Jake Skipworth over to have a look, but it bounces into the UNLV bullpen.
What was fun about it was his first at bat, he hit a double into the gap. Ended up scoring, came into the dugout, and there was celebration, obviously, from the players. But he came down at the end and he gave me a big smile and he said, you're right, let's play.
Puts this one in play down the right field side once more. Skipworth going back. Second baseman Connor McGuire has a run. They'll both run out of room as it skips over the fence and out of play once more. Krizik stays alive on 2-2. Yeah, you mentioned the numbers not quite where he'd like them to be. Hit a .278 so far this year. 3 home runs, 23 driven in. Austin Krizik has not batted below .342 in a full collegiate season as of yet. Takes that fastball high from Rocha, and it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Austin Krizik.
You know, Austin is, like we talked about, he's enjoyed success, so he's just looking for that. He's going to find it eventually.
Swings and rolls one over foul off the netting in front of the third base visiting side dugout, and the count stays full.
Yeah, the nice thing about him, too, he is draft eligible this year, but he's going to be back for his final year next year, and he's going to solidify the outfield just like it is this year.
He swings and misses at strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts from Leo Rocha to begin the bottom of the first inning. Number 62 and 63 for him in just over 51 innings. The strikeout artist Rocha with 2 Ks to get it going. So Jacob Sharp standing in the way of a perfect 1-2-3 inning for Rocha and the Lancers. With McGuire in, or rather Sharp in. It's McGuire at second. Josh Pano playing it short. Sharp checks the swing on a first pitch. Fastball in there for strike 1. Mitchell Simon, who grounds it out to third in the top of the first inning, plays third. Outfield left to right, Garrett Ostrander, Nick Dumanel, and Dusty Garcia. Rollover foul down the third base side, and Sharp quickly behind 0-2.
We're in a situation where most pitching coaches will tell their pitchers 3 strikeouts in an inning aren't going to earn you a steak dinner. So he's 1 strike away from maybe entering that beef.
Here's the 0-2. That one's upstairs. Sharp didn't quite oblige as Rocha tried to get him to climb the ladder. Big number for Rocha so far on top of the hefty strikeout total. Opponents hitting under 200 against him on the year. 197 coming in. Another fastball high. Rocha bouncing around on the mound after the release. Sharp hitting .353. Team high 7 home runs. He's also driven in 28 on the year. Swings and misses at strike 3. That's a 3 strikeout bottom of the first inning for Liam Rocha. We've played 1 inning full. Neither side has scored here at Early Wilson Stadium. Back with the top of the second after this.
Fans with the Contour Sports they've got the Contour Sports app from Cox. You can watch a game live and track multiple games at once, all right there on your TV. The sports app is part of the new Contour from Cox. Hurry to a Cox Solutions store or visit cox.com/contour to learn more.
No score through 1 inning here at Early Wilson Stadium. UNLV in a weekend non-conference set, welcoming in the California Baptist Lancers out of the WAC. It'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the visiting Lancers up against Noah Carbajal to get it going in the second. Jake Skipworth, the right-handed batting first baseman, followed by Shane Simpson, the DH. Josh Pano, the shortstop, bats third here in the second. So far, so good for Carbajal, who begins the second inning with the fastball down low. It was good for Carbajal, stranding a base hit on in the first inning, only runner that reached against him. How about Liam Rocha? Going 1, 2, 3 on 3 straight strikeouts as Skipworth takes a called strike 1 on the slider. Working with some tempo is Carbajal. Gets a big swing and a miss from Skipworth, and now the count 1 and 2.
Looking at the TrackMan numbers from the first inning for Carbajal. Fastball 91, 92, so good pace there. Breaking ball, as that ball is skied to right field. That's in the Bermuda Triangle you talk about. But Braden Murphy getting over there. Ball caught, probably going to end up in the foul territory, but good play by Braden Murphy, the second baseman. But Carbajal, with that difference, 91, 92 on the fastball, his curveball slider, he's kind of the same pitch for him. It's down to the 78 to 80 miles an hour, so big change there. So he's got to keep them, the Lancers, off balance tonight and try to keep that ball down low in the zone, just like he does there.
Check swing by Shane Simpson as he's able to hold up, so says the third base arbiter Michael Goebel. And Carbajal does a lot of things well. Working with tempo is one of them. Gives up a line drive to shallow right field. Charging is Pinaro. He can't get it. He takes a bounce in front of the right fielder. Simpson with the base hit. That's just his 8th of the year in limited playing time, and it's the 2nd of the game already for the Lancers. CBU with a runner on first and 1 out. Carbajal looking for a ground ball off the bat of the shortstop, Josh Pano.
That ball not hit exceptionally hard, just found some space out there in front of the right fielder, Pinaro. But nonetheless, it's a base hit.
So Simpson off first. Here's Pano from the right, batting .273 on the year. Carbajal out of the stretch for the second time. Rocks and deals. First pitch hammered in the air to left field. Austin Krizik doesn't have it. Left fielder now drifts back just in front of the wall. Gives it a leap. It's off the top of the fence and back in towards the field of play. Rounding third and heading to the plate is Simpson. Heading to third is Pano. Throw from left. Not in time. Darian Williams there to apply the tag. And CBU jumps out to a 1-0 lead in the top of the second on a really unique play.
Yeah, that ball was hit, carried a little bit more than I think Austin Krizik. At first, he actually had no beat on the ball, but once he found it, that ball just kept carrying and actually came down and hit the yellow on the top of the fence and took another bounce up about 15 feet higher. So Krizik had to wait for that thing to get down, and by that time, CBU was moving. And close play at third, but that's going to be a triple in the books there. We got a little umpire visit right here. The head coach for the Lancers,
Gary
Adcock came out and asked something.
I think he's asking about that bounce off the top of the fence. As you mentioned, it was a really sky-high bounce. But as you know very well, there's nothing behind there it could have bounced off of.
Correct.
It's not going to hit off the ground and come back up that high. That thing off the yellow safety part of the top of the fence, and the call's going to stand. I think they got it right the first time for sure.
Yeah, and going back into the old Major League Baseball days, that yellow line, sometimes if it hit the yellow line and didn't leave, it was a home run. They've changed that rule. Not too far past, but that ball was in play. Good call by the umpires. They got it right.
So an RBI triple for Pano sets the Lancers with a 1-0 lead. First pitch a called strike to Nick Dumanel. Now the Dumanel story interesting because he had not played all year prior to a Tuesday non-conference matchup for the Lancers. He takes a big hack and comes up empty here. Dumanel actually blew the red shirt by playing the other day, but for the Lancers, who have a very shallow situation in outfield as far as the depth, he was outstanding. True freshman out of California was 2 for 3 with 3 stolen bases. Swings and fouls this one back into the mitt. Sharp squeezes it for the out.
That's a big out right there for Carbajal with man on third, limiting the damage here. Getting out of here with just one is going to be fine because the Rebels are going to eventually start hitting here. So keeping that count down, keep those picket fences that you and I talk about. If you're not getting the zeros, just keep the ones. Those crooked innings are the ones that really come to bite the Rebels this year.
Connor McGuire Number 9 hitter in the lineup takes a called strike one. Slider spun in through the front door by Carbajal. This is a California Baptist team that's coming off a 6-1 win against UC Riverside on Tuesday. Spinning pitch outside for a called ball one. The Battle of Riverside, if you will. UC Riverside out of the Big West. California Baptist out of the WAC. 1-1 pitch from Carbajal upcoming, and here it is out of the stretch. Inside, McGuire ducks the hands out of the way of a called ball two. Second baseman Connor McGuire hitting 200 even on the year. 3 bombs, 12 RBIs. McGuire, originally from Irvine, California, the UC Irvine transfer. Swings and pops it up to left field. Playable for Krizik, who charges. Left fielder underneath it, still on the move in, and grabs it at the chest for the out. A run scoring on 2 hits, including a Josh Pano RBI triple. No errors and a runner left on. Till the top of the second, gets down for California Baptist. UNLV sends the middle third of their lineup up against the Lancers, trailing 1-0. Coming up next.
Fans, this series is sponsored by Intermountain Health, the official health partner of UNLV Athletics. Tonight, they want to ask all of you a simple question. Are you a registered organ donor? You have the power to potentially save a life of someone in need when you become an organ donor. Learn more at intermountainhealthcare.org/donate life.
UNLV Baseball brought to you by Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics and your official home of Rebels on the road. With over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and now 5 Valley locations, there's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. UNLV bats in the bottom of the second inning, trailing California Baptist 1-0. An RBI triple off the top of the fence for Josh Pano. The only difference so far in the game is the Rebels look to get a base runner against Liam Rocha.
Yeah, I got some information from Kelsey Olson, our SID for baseball. I guess there's been a little change in the status of Austin Krizik. This will be his last season, as well as 12 others. So the Hustle Rebels are going to be revamping going into the 24 season.
Darian Williams, one of those guys who's done after this year. The 5th-year starter swings and fouls the first pitch. Fastball straight back from Leah Rocham for strike one. Williams, the leadoff batter, in the top of the second. Bank at the bottom, followed by Higgins and Pimentel. Pitch just off the outside for E, called for ball one. Hitting .317 on the year. Not the offensive numbers that he's hoped for otherwise across the board, but at the very least that batting average and the on-base percentage always high for Williams, who swings and misses at strike two.
Yeah, he's always been a good selective hitter. Struggling a little bit, not hitting for the power that he's been used to the last couple of years.
Takes a bouncing ball. Good block by Carpentier behind home plate as the count goes even to reigning second-team all-conference member Darian Williams, second-team All-Mountain West each of the last 2 seasons. Batted .313 last year, but had a career-high 11 home runs and 67 batted in. This foul ball will keep him alive at 2-2.
Yeah, you always wonder, too. You know, Darian traditionally has been in the top 2 or 3 hitters for the Rebels in a different position as he fouls that one off. He's usually batted second in the order for the Rebels, you know, traditionally. But moving into that kind of cleanup hitter role, you know, sometimes you take a different approach when you go to the plate when you're in that role, right? You're trying to hit a little bit more for power. That's really not his game. Although he does have strength, is to put the ball in play.
Waves and misses at a breaking ball in the dirt. Throw down from the catcher. Carpentier is in time. And the streak continues for Rocha. He's now fanned the first 4 batters of the game. 4 up and 4 down, all set down via the swinging strikeout. It'll be up to Cade Higgins to try to buck that trend.
Higgins, we're going to get a lefty-righty matchup here, so he's going to have a little chance to see the ball a little bit better. Rebels got to get something in play right now. Try to slow Rocha down.
His first pitch curveball tumbles down and inside to the left-handed batting Cade Higgins. 306 batting average, 4 home runs, 16 batted in. Here in his first season at his hometown program, waves over a fastball for strike one. The strikeouts, though, nothing new, Dan, for Liam Rocha. He has fanned at least 7 batters and has pitched at least 6 innings in each of his last 3 starts, so you know what you're going to get when he's out on the mound. Just misses low with the fastball. Good take by Higgins to move the count 2-1.
And like we talked about with Carbajal, Rocha does a good job of mixing up his pitches, you know, based on count, based on lefty-righty.
Gets a swing and a miss, pulls the string on a changeup in front of Higgy.
That's a great pitch right there. Behind in the count 2-1. You know, batter Higgins will be looking for something down the middle, throw that changeup and pull the string. That's a tough pitch.
Swings and misses at a changeup in the dirt again. Carpentier's throw to first is in time and then some. Make it 5 straight strikeouts to start the game for Liam Rocha. And the Rebels yet to put one in play as Alex Pimentel stands in with 2 outs. Nobody on ahead of him. 1-0 California Baptist to the top of the second.
And what's interesting, with 5 strikeouts, 3 of them have actually been balls that have been swung on a miss but are getting in the dirt. So these balls are out of the zone.
Squaring around a bunt is Pimentel. Pulls it back on a pitch that skips past Carpentier. Missed low for ball 1. Pimentel, who's hitting .359 on the year with 29 RBIs, moves ahead 1 ball, no strikes. He's been a great addition to the team, basically flip-flopping with Joey Walls at Long Beach State. Takes a pitch high, called for a strike, evens the count at 1.
You know, as much as I miss Joey, and Joey was a fantastic addition to the Rebels the last few years, Pimentel's done a fantastic job.
Rollover ground ball goes fouled on the third base side. Count now a ball and 2 strikes. And Pimentel back to just about 100%. Set down, I believe it was a hamstring injury the last homestand. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Down low from Rocha, beg your pardon. And it's now 2-2.
And that's the ball that Rebels have been chasing, that ball in the dirt. So Pimentel's going to be a little bit more patient right here to even up the count. 2's across.
Shade covering the entirety of the playing surface as this 2-2 curveball fouled into the first base dugout. Look out as some friendly fire skins the scarlet and gray diving to each side. Everyone's all right. Pimentel back in from the right side at 2-2. Those 29 RBIs, tied for second on the team, with Ryland Charles at the top of the lineup. Paul Myro, who currently bats in the holes, the 8th hitter in the lineup, leads the team with 33 on the year. 2-2 once again. Swung on and poked foul down the first base side. Pimentel, at the very least, working along at bat against Rocha.
Rocha's number on StatTrack from the first inning, 89-91, curveball 76. And that changeup, which he just caught Pimentel with for another strikeout. So 6 strikeouts in a row for Rocha.
Rocha, 3 up, 3 down, 3 Ks in each of the first 2 innings. He has been a disappearing act here early. The offense has backed him up. We've played 2 innings full. It's California Baptist 1, UNLV nothing from Earl Wilson Stadium.
Trivia. Take a look at the big board for today's question. How many schools are in the Mountain West for baseball? If you think you know the answer, head over to the marketing table and submit your answer. You've got 4 choices up on the board. 1 lucky fan with the correct answer will be picked as today's winner. We'll announce the winner later on. Good luck. Leading off the third for the Lancers, left fielder number 15, Garrett Ostender.
One to nothing, CBU on top of UNLV. The top of the third begins with the top of the lineup for the Lancers as Carbajal begins his 3rd inning of work atop the mound with a pitch inside. Call for ball 1 to Garrett Ostrander. The left fielder backed off the plate after grounding out to Williams at 3rd in the first inning. Carbajal misses low, 2 balls and no strikes to the left fielder. 6 up and 6 down for Carbajal's foe on the mound, Liam Rocha. All 6 via the strikeout. Carbajal gets in the strike category here with a front door slider in over the inside to Garrett Ostrander for strike 1. Carbajal throwing well, being outdueled at least ever so slightly by Rocha so far. There's a foul ball, tipped straight down, moves the count to 2-2.
Yeah, Carbajal just got to keep us in this ball game. We can get the pitch count up on Rocha, which right now doesn't look very promising, but you never know with the Rebel hitters. Carbajal's just got to keep us close.
There's an off-speed pitch, tipped off the end of the bat, fouled on the first base side. Higgins couldn't field it cleanly. He'll let it roll to the fence and let a bench bat go scoop it up. One strikeout so far for Carbajal, came out a fastball against Dumanel in the second. Going for another strikeout here. Instead, it's tipped straight back. Fastball knocked straight back to the screen by Ostrander, who's batting .365 on the year with a home run and 16 driven in.
Carbajal is a local product out of Palo Verde High School here in Las Vegas. And 17 of the 36 on the roster, Southern Nevada boys.
This one popped up weakly off the hands to straightaway center field. Charging is Ryland Charles. He's able to glove it with plenty of time. That ball hung up there with a lot of backspin off the bat as Ostrander falls to 0 for 2. So far, so good at the top of the lineup against Noah Carbajal. Michael Carpentier standing in now, a double into the right center field gap. Got the Lancers on the board, at least in the hits category in the first inning. Carbajal dealing out of the full windup with one out, nobody on. Trailing by a run here in the third. Misses low for ball one. You mentioned Carbajal, local product. He was the number 7 rated prospect in the state in the 2020 graduating class. He was a real standout second baseman in high school. Also pitched on the side almost. Deals a fastball that's swung on and missed for strike one. In fact, Carbajal, the number 1 second baseman in the 2020 class. Now exclusively pitching. Misses low with the fastball for ball 2.
You find that in high school a lot. You get these two-way players. They got to settle in someplace when they get to the next level. So pitching staff thought that he'd be better suited pitching for us and towing the mound. So that's where we're at 3 years later.
Misses outside to move the count. 3 balls and a strike. Carbajal rated 1 spot ahead of Cade Higgins and 2 ahead of Paul Myro IV in the 2020 prospect class. This is inside for ball 4. First walk either way is just the 7th in just under 30 innings for Carbajal on the year. And that'll bring up right-handed batting third baseman Mitchell Simon. Carpentier first has now reached in both plate appearances.
I think Carby being really cautious against Carpentier right there with the power that he holds. Now he's just 1 pitch away from rolling into a double play and getting out of the inning.
Simon takes a hefty cut but can't connect on a slider elevated up by the eyes. That's a real risky pitch Carbajal just got away with there, especially against the top power batter in the lineup, Mitchell Simon. 14 long balls on the year, although he grounded out weakly to third in his last time up. Swings and misses at yet another slider. Carbajal found a weakness in the armor of Simon.
This is where Carbs has got to command here, being ahead 0-2. He's been susceptible to giving things up ahead in the count.
0-2 fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. That was the slider, beg your pardon, as Simon set down on 3 straight sliders that he swings and misses at. Second strikeout of the night for Carbajal, the second out of the third inning. And now working his way around to the left-hand batter's box is Dusty Garcia.
That's what you like to see from a pitcher that is in command, in control, has the confidence to throw 3 straight sliders.
Just being able to go back to the well opens up so many options in terms of the pitch sequencing. That changeup goes outside. You know, batter oftentimes you'll see 2 straight sliders and you just take it out of the memory bank for that third one. You don't think the guy's going to come with it again. Carbajal winning the mental game. Swinging a drive deep to right field. Going back is Bonaro. Right fielder runs out of room as this one's gone. Dusty Garcia with his 12th home run of the year. A 2-run shot in the third inning that extends the Lancer lead to 3-0.
Yeah, that's a fastball right there that he was sitting on, and that ball was well hit. Panaro, the right fielder, all he did is turn and kind of watch that thing get over the fence into the pine tree that's out in right field beyond the right field wall. But again, you know, you kind of question sometimes, throws 3 straight sliders and is very, very good with them, and then comes back with that pitch.
First pitch fastball inside to Skipworth for ball 1. Garcia now with 36 runs batted in on the year. 2 of them on 1 swing. There's the slider from Carbajal, and it's right down Broadway for strike 1.
Yeah, on the right-handed batter, that's starting in on the hands and working across the plate.
Throws it again, this time swung and missed by Skipworth. And it's quickly a ball and 2 strikes as Carbajal looks to limit the damage to 2 runs in the third. 2-strike pitch, tipped off the end of the bat, just able to stay alive as Skipworth.
Went back to the slider again. That's 3 in a row. What are we going to see here?
Wouldn't be surprised to see the slider. We'll find out. It is the slider, and it hits Skipworth in the back. He saw it out of the hand, didn't move, and now takes the jog down to first base. First hit batsman of the game by Carbajal. Comes with 2 outs in the top of the third inning, and the Lancers up 3-0. And now in from the left is the designated hitter, Shane Simpson.
That is a pitch sequence that will drive a head coach and pitching coach nuts. Getting ahead in the count right that, and then losing control. 0-2 count, and then putting the guy on first with a hit by pitch.
Skipworth hasn't attempted a stolen base yet on the year. First pitch swinging is Simpson. A ground ball through the right side for a base hit. Rounding second, zooming to third is Skipworth. Throw from Pinaro goes over the cutoff man to Paul Myro, who takes a look to third but no throw. Skipworth advancing from first to third with 2 outs on the second base hit of the game by Shane Simpson. Now with runners in the corners and 2 down, Josh Pano stands in from the right.
You know, this Lancer team can hit. They're hitting 275 on the season as a team, but in talking to Coach Stolte before the game, he was giving them high praise for their approach at the plate and their results.
The Lancers got off the bus from Riverside, ready to swing. First pitch just off the outside for a called ball 1 to Pano, who tripled off the top of the fence and left field in the second inning. Missed a home run by mere inches. Carbajal out of the stretch on 1-0. It's a called strike over the outside. And when a fastball dotted on the outer corner. Skipworth off third. Simpson leads off first as the sliders pop sky high to shallow right center field. Drifting back is Murphy. Second baseman called off by the right fielder Pinaro, who battles with the sun but makes the catch with one hand above the head. Damage done in the form of a 2-run home run in the top of the third inning for California Baptist. Overall in the frame, 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and a pair of runners left on. The Rebels with some work to do, still looking for their first base runner of the game when we return in the bottom of the third inning.
Both men's and women's basketball are now on sale. Be sure to renew yours today or get new season tickets starting at just $115 for the Runnin' Rebels and $75 for the Lady Rebels. For more info, visit UNLVtickets.com.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 It's that time. Things just ain't the same for you.
Leading off the third for the Hustlin' Rebels, second baseman number 4, Braden Murphy.
UNLV with some work to do offensively, entering into the bottom of the third, trailing 3-0. Matt Neverett along with Dan Dolby here from early Wilson Stadium on a beautiful Friday night as afternoon fades into evening in Southern Nevada. First pitch from Liam Rocha bounces to Braden Murphy. Left-handed batting second baseman moves ahead. 1 ball, no strikes. Maybe he'll become the first Rebel base runner not only to reach base, but to put a ball in play against Rocha. 6 up, 6 down, 6 strikeouts so far for the Northern California-born right-hander who misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Braden Murphy. Murphy followed by Myro and Pinaro, the numbers 7, 8, 9 hitters to get it going for UNLV here in the third. Murphy watching all the way, takes a knee-high fastball for a called strike 1. Murph getting the start at second base and has been the second baseman of favor towards the end of the season. He grounds this one foul towards the third base dugout. And Murphy doing a lot with the playing times, just finding ways to put balls in play. He's a really serviceable defensive second baseman as well.
Yeah, and he's been very versatile because he's been asked to move over to first with the injuries that Higgins had this year.
Line drive up the middle, a base hit. The first base runner for UNLV comes in the home half of the third inning on a line drive single right back where it came from off the bat of Braden Murphy.
Great at bat right there by Braden. You know, you're watching your teammates, 6 of them go down on the road to the K. all he did was get the bat out in front right there, get a little bit of a barrel. The ball wasn't hit particularly hard, but he found space. Now we have our first base runner.
And your top RBI man standing in now in the form of Paul Myro IV. The shortstop takes a breaking ball high. That one didn't cut down for ball one.
If you watch Rocha pitching from the stretch here, he really hides that ball. That ball's coming out late, especially to a right-handed hitter.
Rocha comes set with the hands held at the belt. The 1-0 to Myro. Swung on, twisted in the air to right field. Drifting backwards is Dusty Garcia. Right fielder casually grabs it at the chest. Myro flies out to right. Murphy back to first. 1 out, 1 on in a 3-0 game for Santino Panaro, who rounds out the lineup for the first time.
Yeah, Panaro, another one of the versatile hustling Rebels. Playing right field, been rotating with Pimentel, but really has never left the lineup because when he's not playing in right field, he is the DH.
He's been a tough out each of the last 2 seasons, including last year where he hit .346. It's a bunt down the third base side. It's a good one. Rocha off the mound. He's hit as he throws it to first. It gets by everybody and into right field. Getting the wave around third is Murphy. The throw from the right fielder is not in time and up the line. Myro ends up scoring. Rather, Murphy scores on a bunt down the third base side from Panaro, and the Rebels on the board.
Yeah, that was a play right there where the pitcher, Rocha, was charging. Good bunt put down by Panaro, but the catcher, Carpentier, made contact with him as he's throwing to first. That ball ended up all the way down the right field line by the clubhouse for the Rebs. So easily coming around to score. And the Rebels get somebody on the board.
Rylan Charles back in at the top of the lineup for the second time. Takes a curveball, breaking through the top of the zone for strike one. That one scored as a base hit for Panaro, and that throwing error by the pitcher Rocha, advancing him all the way to third. Charles rolls one over foul, moves behind 0-2. That just goes to show you what happens when you put a ball in play, make the defense make something happen. We saw similar play in Major League Baseball earlier this afternoon. Drew Smiley cringing if he happens to be tuned into our stream.
Highly unlikely, but tough play for Smiley today.
Charles skies one to shallow left center. Dropping back is the shortstop Pena. With both feet in the outfield grass, he'll glove it. Round number 2 here in the third. Back to third goes Santino Panaro. And with Austin Krizik standing in, enlighten those at home who have not necessarily seen the play we're talking about.
So Drew Smiley has a perfect game going into the 7th inning, and it wasn't even a swinging bunt. It was just a ball that was driven into the ground, and Smiley coming over to make that play. The catcher and he, run into each other. No error. Base hit that probably travels about 15 feet. It's a tough way to lose a perfect game.
And he only got 2 outs in that inning before he was lifted. 103 pitches over 7 2/3 for Smiley. As Austin Krizik takes a called ball high. The only difference for Smiley probably was not that upset because the Cubs 13-0 winners when all was said and done over the Dodgers.
Yeah, they're going to take that all day. Cubs playing good baseball this year.
Krizik, a strikeout victim in his last at bat, takes another curveball high. 2 balls, no strikes to Kriz. It was the first 6 batters in order set down via the K from Liam Rocha. Since then, no strikeouts. Here in the 3rd inning, Krizik the 5th batter of the frame. Rocha's throwing that curveball in any opportunity, any count, any situation. Fires it there over the outside for a called strike 1.
Rocha's a young man who has a lot of confidence. I love the command he has on the mound.
You don't normally see the curveball on 2-0. Throws it here on 2-1 as Krizik pops it sky high to shallow left again. Back at short is Peno. He gloves it on the outfield grass for the out. But the Rebels on the board for the first time. Santino Panaro with a bunt base hit. Braden Murphy scoring on a throwing error by the pitcher Rocha. And after 3 innings full, the Rebels on the board but trailing. It's California Baptist 3, UNLV 1. Back with the 4th next.
Rebel fans, cheer on head coach Barry Odom and your UNLV Rebel football team at Allegiant Stadium with season tickets this fall. Season tickets include all 6 home games, which include a non-conference showdown against Vanderbilt and the 9th Island showdown against Hawaii. Visit UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FANS to get your tickets today.
ça, c'est comme si, c'est comme ça. Ma chérie, la 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 la. Francia, Colombia, me gusta. Freeze! J Balvin, Willy William, me gusta. Freeze! Los DJ no mienten, le gusta mi gente. Eso se
Leading off the fourth for the Lancers, center fielder number 22, Nick Dumanel.
Top of the fourth inning from early Wilson Stadium. Rebels trailing the Lancers 3-1. 8-9-1 due up for California Baptist against Noah Carbajal. First pitch slider inside for ball one to Nick Dumanel, who struck out swinging in the second. One of 2 Ks for Carbajal on the night so far. Swing and a miss from Dumanel, who's behind the fastball, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Dumanel playing in just his second game of the season. I mentioned it during his last at-bat, but basically blew the red shirt in the last game against UC Riverside as this foul ball goes straight back to move it to 1-2. Dumanel, a true freshman out of Huntington Beach High School. 6'2", 203 pounder, played at the top level of SoCal high school ball. Stayed close to home in Riverside for his college baseball. Stays inside as that slider works just off the front hip. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dumanel with McGuire on deck. So far, Carvajal's allowed just 3 runs. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Going outside the zone on the fastball was Dumanel. He's now K'd twice. 2 of the 3 ponchados for Carbajal have come against the number 8 batter. And with 1 out, nobody on, here's Connor McGuire rounding out the lineup for the Lancers a second time. McGuire flied out to left field to end the run-scoring second inning. Run-scoring triple that got the scoring started. High bouncer fielded by Darian Williams. Third baseman's throw from just outside the pitching mound is in time. Quickly 2 up and 2 away in the top of the fourth inning. And Noah Carbajal looking for his first 1-2-3 frame of the night. If he wants to do it in the traditional sense, he's going to have to retire Garrett Ostrander as the leadoff man steps in for his 3rd plate appearance of the day.
Yeah, Carbajal pitching with some confidence right now. And that helps when you're sitting in the dugout and you're getting some support.
First pitch inside to Ostrander. Leadoff man, the table setter, 0 for 2 so far tonight. Ground out to third. And a fly out to straightaway center. It's a ground ball past the diving third baseman, Darian Williams, and into left field for a base hit. So no true 1-2-3 inning here in the fourth for Carbajal, as Ostrander on base with his 43rd hit of the year. Now on a hot shot off the bat. No chance for E, who gave it a good effort.
Number 5, Michael Carpentier.
Here we're in a situation where Carbajal, 2 outs, stay ahead right now, work low in the zone, get that somebody to roll over on something, get out of this inning.
Left-handed batting catcher Michael Carpentier due up with 2 outs, 1 on. Swings to the first pitch and hits it in the air to the left field side. Going back towards the corner is Krizik. On the warning track, Kriz able to glove it at the chest for the final out of the fourth inning. Carbajal able to come back and retire the side in 4 batters in inning number 4. No runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. It's the Rebels setting 3, 4, and 5 to the plate, trailing 3-1 when we return.
Fans, your Hustlin' Rebels will be right back here tomorrow for Game 2 of the series against California Baptist University. First pitch is set for 1:05. We hope to see you tomorrow afternoon.
UNLV Baseball brought to you by Intermountain Healthcare. Here to be a part of your Las Vegas life. More importantly, here to help you live an even healthier one. Intermountain Healthcare, official health partner of UNLV Athletics. Bottom of the fourth inning from early Wilson Stadium. The Hustlin' Rebels looking for win number 15 on the season. It's going to have to be in a comeback bid as they trail California Baptist 3-1. Although Noah Carabajal slamming the door, shot in 4 batters in the top of the fourth inning. UNLV scoring the last time they came up, and they'll send the heart of their lineup up in the fourth inning against Liam Rocha as Jacob Sharp, the catcher, swings to the first pitch, pops it straight up behind second base. Second baseman McGuire called off by the shortstop Pano, who gloves it in the dirt for out number 3. That's the last 3 batters in a row who have each popped it up behind second base to the shortstop Pano. A busy middle part of the game for Pano at short. 1 out, nobody on for E. Darian Williams here in the fourth inning.
I got to question Sharpie's approach at the plate because he's done a heck of a job for the Hustlin' Rebels this year, but might want to see some pitches from Rocha.
Spins a curveball through the top of the zone for a called strike 1 to Williams. And
if nothing else, we got to get pitch count up.
And Rocha's thrown 6+ innings and 100+ pitches in each of his last 3 outings, so he is stretched out. Misses low here to even the count at 1. Rocha bouncing back and forth between the rotation and the bullpen through his now 3 seasons in Riverside. Swing on a curveball, fouled straight back by Williams to move the count 1-2. Rocha was a late inning reliever last year. Didn't start any games after starting 8 his freshman year. This is his 8th start and 12th overall appearance of year number 3. The 1-2 to Williams. Just low on the fastball. Good take by E, who struck out in the first inning, or rather first plate appearance to lead off the second inning.
As did the first 6 batters for the Rebels.
He was among that stretch. Swings and misses here. Pitch just getting away from the catcher Carpentier. Throw from the third base side is in time. Williams down on strikes for the second time. It's the 7th strikeout of the day for Rocha, and it's the first since he got Pimentel to retire the side in the second inning.
And again, I'll go back to the point we made earlier. 7 strikeouts, 4 of them now have been low in the zone where the catchers had to make the throw down to first because they can't handle the ball cleanly. So that means he's keeping it low and in the dirt ahead in the count, which a pitching coach is going to give you a big hug when you get back to the dugout.
Cade Higgins takes a called strike 1. He struck out swinging on one of those pitches that got away from the catcher Carpentier in the second. This one bouncing in. Good block by Carpentier with nobody on to move the count even at 1. So with now 7 strikeouts on the day, it's the 6th start out of 12th overall appearances in which Rocha has fanned at least 7 batters. He's got that curveball humming as well. Fires it through the top of the zone for a called strike to Higgins. And the count goes a ball and 2 strikes to the first baseman.
He was leaving that curveball up in the zone a little bit, so.
There's a fastball. It swung on and missed. That one way up and out of the zone. Higgins and Williams down on strikes for the second time each, and it's a third 1-2-3 inning out of 4 innings thrown by Liam Rocha that have ended in a 1-2-3 fashion. We've played 4 innings full from early Wilson Stadium. It's California Baptist 3 and the Hustlin' Rebels of UNLV 1.
Hey fans, the Rebel Athletic Fund is the team behind the teams generating critical resources to support all UNLV student athletes. Learn more about how you can help graduate leaders win championships and help our student athletes excel at all that they do by visiting rebelathleticfund.com.
First one that gets there is gay.
I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on just a touch, baby. I look around, city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're on my side. Blinded by the lies. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, drowning in the night.
Leading off the 5th for CBU, third baseman number 1, Mitchell Simon.
Three, 4, 5 to get it going for California Baptist in the top of the 5th. Noah Carabajal gets a swing and a miss from Mitchell Simon, who was set down on strikes in the 3rd inning. Speaking of, another couple of Ks in the bottom of the 4th for Lancer starter Liam Rocha. He's got 8 on the night. Simon rolls one over, fouled on the third base side to go behind 0-2. It's the third start of the year for Rocha, in which he's fanned 8 batters. Has not struck out 9 in the game yet. He's fanned 8 through 4 innings. Carbajal misses outside on the slider. A good 0-2 miss there, though.
That's a good pitch. That's what we expect from him, being ahead in the count 0-2.
See what Carbajal's got on 1-2. Simon fights a fisted fastball straight back. I went in on the hands as the count remains at 1-2 strikes. Simon 0 for 2 tonight. Dusty Garcia, who homered in the third on deck. And Jake Skipworth hitless so far, the third hitter of the 4th inning. Slider pops sky high to shallow left. Drifting back is the shortstop Myro. Waves the hands to call off Edarian Williams. Here comes Krizik, left fielder, to make the catch at the final moment for out number 1. Chris retired Carpentier to end the 4th. Retires Simon to start the 5th. And now here's Garcia from the left.
Great communication right there. That ball is not hit too far off the infield, but Krizik has a better beat on that coming straight ahead, other than Myro trying to work over his shoulder.
Krizik typically shades pretty deep as well. Here's a rollover ground ball by Dusty Garcia, fielded by Braden Murphy. The throw to first in time. What a play by the pitcher Carbajal to cover, not only to get there in time, but to find the foot and hold it as he received that throw from Murphy at the last second. Score at 4-1 in the scorebook. Put an exclamation point next to that bad boy for out number 2.
Higgins made a break for that ball over towards second, but Murph comes up with that ball, and I think Higgins thought he was not going to be able to get back, so he was hoping that Carbs was going to get there, and he was.
And Carbajal able to get ahead of Jake Skipworth with the called strike 1. Spins the slider off the outside to do so. This is just off the inside here with that slider. He's got that pitch working here in the 3rd time through the lineup. Skipworth with the pop out to second and hit by a pitch at his last plate appearance. So for 1 officially, moves ahead 2-1 as Carbajal misses away with the fastball. Carbajal working extremely quickly in the 5th. Spins one just inside. Skipworth nearly hit again. And the count 3 balls and a strike.
He's crowding the plate a little bit, but Carbajal's trying to work that thing way inside.
And he's a big body. He swings and misses for strike 2. Count goes full to Skipworth. The 6'4", 240-pound junior transfer from Cal. He swings and bounces one foul just over his own dugout. Look out in the seats. That thing took a skip and went flying up the third base bleacher seats.
Carbajal's working at an extremely fast pace right now. He's ready to pitch.
Trying to get out of damage with the 1-2-3 5th. Here's the 3-2 pitch. It hits Skipworth again. That looked like a slider out of the hand that didn't break whatsoever, and Skipworth hit for the 2nd time in as many plate appearances.
Yeah, full count right there. You just got to get something into the zone. Hopefully, Skipworth is going to chase something right there, but you're taking, you those free, whether it's a base on balls or, the hit by pitcher, got to limit that. Keep the Rebels in this game.
Shane Simpson, the designated hitter, takes low. Good block by Jacob Sharp. Yeah, Skipworth hit with 2 strikes again, so Carbajal's done a good job of getting to 2 strikes. It's been about that final put-out pitch that's been the only slight issue so far tonight. Here's the 1-0 from the stretch. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Simpson, who has singled twice and scored once tonight, evens the count up at 1.
That's going to make 8 hit batters this year for Carbajal.
Dots the fastball in the lower inside portion of the strike zone, taken for a called strike 2 by Simpson. So again, quickly into a 2-strike count. And we'll see what Carbajal's plan of action is here on 1-2. So changeup drifting away. Haven't seen that too much, save for the left-handed batters. Carbajal really has only thrown that pitch to the lefties.
He has. But he's 1 pitch away from even giving the free pass by the hit by pitch, getting out of here, keeping the Rebels close enough to get the bats rolling.
The 2-2. Just off the outside. Man, Sharp tried to frame that one back over the outside corner, but too much arm side run from Carbajal, and the count goes full at 3-2. With 2 outs, Skipworth will be in motion with the pitch. There he goes. It's swung on. Line to right. Drifting back is Panaro. Right fielder stops, reaches up, and makes the catch just in front of the face. A well-struck ball by Shane Simpson, fielded by Panaro for the final out of the 5th inning. Only runner on in the top of the frame. Hit by pitch from Jake Skipworth with 2 outs. With that, we've played half a ball game, 4.5 innings down, 4.5 to go. It's the Lancers 3 and the Rebels 1.
Rebel fans, be sure to check out the UNLV Rebels app. It features real-time news alerts, schedules, exclusive content, ticket integration, game day details, and more. The new UNLV Rebels mobile app is free and compatible with both Apple and Android devices. So go download it today.
UNLV baseball presented by Dos Equis. No matter where you're watching this baseball season, be sure to buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and yell, "Go Rebels!" Along with Dan Dolby, Matt Neverett here from early Wilson Stadium. Officially in the back half of tonight's action, a 3-1 lead for the non-conference visitors, the California Baptist Lancers, leading over the Hustlin' Rebels, who were 7-6 at home this year, looking to remain over 500 here at the Earl with a win tonight. Alex Pimentel stands in and swings to the first pitch from Liam Rocha. Comes up empty to begin the 5th inning. It's been the theme of the night for the Lancers starter. 8 strikeouts, all of the swinging variety through 4 innings for Rocha. This one a hot shot, misplayed by the shortstop Josh Pano on a ball that was really well struck and will go as a base hit for Alex Pimentel. That one handcuffing the shortstop Pano, who tried to field it on a backhand effort. It's just the second leadoff batter to reach in 5 innings against Rocha. And here comes Braden Murphy, who was the other one to reach. He did so on a base hit in the 3rd.
Correct, and we're going to see what the Hustlin' Rebel staff is going to do here. We're going to play a little small ball against Rocha, who's having a heck of an outing for the Lancers. We're going to try to drive something here relatively early in the game, mid part of the game, as Braden Murphy watches that curveball tumble across for a cold strike. But this is a situation right now where we may be getting some type of play. The bunt earlier was a good play by Panaro. He was bunting for a base hit, though.
Left-handed batting Murphy takes a changeup outside, and he's even at a ball and a strike. The third baseman Simon's certainly playing as if the bunt is on. The first baseman Skipworth holding on in the middle infield, pinched in double play depth.
I was watching Murphy in batting practice take some of the drags, though.
Takes a hefty cut here and comes up empty for strike 2.
You know, when the third baseman is working in early like that, anticipating the sacrifice, a lot of times being able to, as a left-handed hitter, being able to drag that down. Sometimes they call that walking the dog down towards first base.
1-2 pitch, elevated but knocked off fouled on the third base side.
And that's a situation where you're trying to get the runner to second base, get him in scoring position here in the bottom of the 5th, but you're also trying to get on base yourself. So a well-placed bunt from the left-handed batter actually can go for a base hit.
Here's another 1-2 to Braden Murphy. He swings it, misses, handcuffed badly by that curveball. That's the 9th strikeout of the night from Liam Rocha. It sets a new season high, and it puts 1 out on the board with a runner on first base there in the 5th as Paul Myro works his way around to the right-hand batter's box.
It's an absolute Rocha. He's putting on a show tonight. I mean, 9 strikeouts through 4 or 5 and a third right now. This is a heck of an outing for this young man.
Rocha's first pitch to Myro is the curveball. It's elevated up for ball 1. Myro flied out to right in his only other plate appearance. And Rocha having a stellar evening, matching a career high of 9 strikeouts. Struck out 9 against Seattle on the 13th of May last year. Throw over to first base since Pimentel head first, diving back in safely. So matching that career high. In that game, he struck out 9 in 5 2/3 innings last year. He struck out 9 in 4 1/3 so far tonight. Myro takes the curveball that stays inside. 2 balls and a strike to the right-handed hitting shortstop. But Rocha has been elevating that curveball more so than many other guys who rely on it that often. Kind of getting away with one way more often than not tonight. Myro hits one in the air, foul ground, first base side. Skipworth runs to the fence, runs out of room as that'll fall into the seats for strike 2.
And you mentioned, that curveball is kind of hanging up in the zone right there. Good approach, and you get a lot of talk in the dugout. You watch the batters as they're walking back towards the dugout after a strikeout. They're going to start talking about, let's wait on that a little bit. And getting through a lineup a couple times, especially the third time against kids like Rocha, is going to be really beneficial to make sure that the Rebels are being selective with those at-bats.
Myro takes that one over the inside. Beautiful 12-6 movement on the curveball from Rocha, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. One thing that stood out to me for the right-hander is that he's thrown that curveball early, often, and in every imaginable count so far tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it here on 2-2. It's a pitch downstairs with Pimentel breaking. He's able to get in safely at second without a throw. Fourth steal in 6 tries for Pimentel, and that puts a runner on second base with the tying run. Batting right now in a 3-1 ball game.
And that's one of those pitches low in the dirt, low in the zone at the knees. The Rebels have been chasing all night.
Myro takes ball 4 on a fastball. Great bat, or plate appearance rather, for Paul Myro the fourth. Not only to work it long enough to allow Pimentel an opportunity to advance himself, but to take ball 4, put the tying run on, and bring the go-ahead run to the plate in the form of Santino Panaro. With 1 out, 2 on here in the bottom of the 5th, and the Rebels trailing 3-1. They'll turn it to their number 9 hitter to try and get a little closer to that advantage. First pitch low. Ball 1 to Panaro, who singled and was stranded on third after that bunt and the error by the pitcher Rocha back in the 3rd.
I think the Rebels are going to be a little bit more choosy. Try to get that pitch count. Rocha's sitting at 74 right now. Through 4 1/3.
Panaro started to go around, held up on the curveball that comes through the top of the zone for strike 1. Especially once that triple-digit plateau is within reach, then the approach of the hitters really seems to slow down. That's not just UNLV, that's everybody. Panaro squares to bunt, pulls it back, at least he thought he did. On the check down, Michael Goebel signaling that Panaro did offer up at the bunt attempt. So it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Panaro. Would be highly surprised to see him square around a bunt here. Now with 2 strikes and the top of the lineup due up next as Rylan Charles swings away in the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-2 from Rocha. He'll deal from the stretch. Panaro swings and misses for strike 3. That's punch out number 10 on the night for Rocha. It's a new career high, and he has struck out 2 Rebel hitters in the 5th inning alone. 2 out, 2 on, and it's Rylan Charles, as promised, standing in.
And this is getting to be, this is way past a trend right now with 10 strikeouts. Rebels are chasing that ball low in the dirt almost every time to get that 3rd strike.
First pitch from Rocha to Rylan. It's the slider over the inner side. He's had that breaking pitch working. Throwing it again to the top of the lineup as Charles stands in for the 3rd time. He's struck out and popped out to short in his 2 plate appearances. Offers up at a pitch in the dirt again, and the count goes 0-2. We're better served at telling you who has not struck out for the Rebels tonight, and that's Paul Myro. That's it. And everybody else has struck out at least once against Rocha, including Charles, who started the bottom of the 1st with a swinging strikeout. Here's the 0-2 in the dirt. Excellent block by Carpentier as the catcher had to slide to the right on his knees to keep it in front. The lights taking all the way over as day turns to night here in Las Vegas.
Absolutely gorgeous night.
Couldn't ask for more. Flag above center field hanging limp as the throw goes to second. Pimentel saw it early, dives back in headfirst and safely. The wind was blowing softly to left when we started just over an hour and 5 minutes ago. But since then, really no wind to speak of. Rocha set on 1-2. Here's the pitch. Outside, it gets past the catcher, Carpentier. That one looked like it hit off the end of the webbing on a passed ball that'll advance both runners. Pimentel to 3rd and Myro up to second base.
That looked like that double-cross Carpentier right there. He was set up more towards the inside of the plate against the left-handed hitting Charles, and that ball actually tailed away from Carpentier to get to the backstop.
That was the fastball by Rocha. He's been throwing that curveball tonight that he wasn't expecting the heater. It's the count even at 2. Big runners on base. Here's the pitch. Charles gets it off the hands and pops it up and foul ground. Heading towards the dugout is Simon. He'll run out of room as it bounces in the first row of seats beyond the 3rd base dugout. So Charles lives to see another pitch. A deep sigh of relief as he stands back in.
Yeah, from where our vantage point is, it looked like that ball was going to stay in play. Third baseman Simon made a beeline over there, leaning over the fence in front of the dugout, but just got over the fence there. The safety netting of Rebels have extended here over the last couple years.
Count remains 2-2. Rocha's pitch right down the middle on a curveball for strike 3. 11 strikeouts for Liam Rocha. That's the first of the backwards variety. As Charles set down on strikes for the second time tonight, Rocha strikes out the side for the third time in 5 innings. We've played 5 innings full here at Early Wilson. It's California Baptist leading UNLV 3-1.
11 feet tall. So I could just see everyone taller.
Hustlin' Rebel Baseball brought to you by our friends at America First Credit Union into the top of the 6th inning in the first game of 3 between UNLV and visiting California Baptist. The Lancers leading 3-1 in game 1 of the 3-game weekend set. Liam Rocha with 11 strikeouts through 5 innings on the hill. Noah Carabajal misses on a first pitch fastball to Josh Pano, the shortstop for the Lancers, who squared to bunt, pulled it back on a called ball 1 outside. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Lancers. A swing and a miss quickly moves the count to 0-2. No offense since the top of the 3rd inning for the visiting Lancers on a 2-run home run by Dusty Garcia. Carbajal has silenced them since. Fastball clipping the black of the outside of home plate for a called strike 2.
And I think if you're Coach Stolte, you're saying, hey, Carbajal is doing a good job for us. I mean, we're trailing 3-1. We got to get the bats moving, but this is an outing. You know, Carbajal getting into the 6th inning here. He's only gone 7 innings one time for the Rebels this year. So this is a good outing. Just got to keep it down low and away from these powerful hitters from Cal Baptist.
Slider in there, called for strike 3. 4th strikeout of the night for Carbajal on a slider that came in, breaking through the inside. And that's his first called strike 3 of the night. Can't believe it took Liam Rocha 11 strikeouts to get 1 call for strike 3. Speaking of K's, here's Nick Dumanel, who has struck out twice against Carbajal today. First pitch inside for ball 1. And just looking at the numbers for Rocha, fastball 88 to 89. It's been in the upper 70s with the curveball, as is the changeup. This one's skied by Dumanel to left center. Charles diving, he won't get it. Picked up by the left fielder Krizik as his throw goes to the cutoff man Myro. And Nick Dumanel, in his 6 at-bats this year, has doubled twice. He doubles here to put a runner on base with 1 out in the 6th inning. Dumanel couldn't be held down for too long this year, and after striking out twice, a double in the 6th inning sets up a base runner for Connor McGuire.
Dumanel finds a gap right there. Center fielder Charles makes a good attempt, but he dove for that ball, was still 5 foot short. Krizik did a good job getting over there, backing it up. Almost got by Krizik. That would have been disastrous because he was wheeling.
We've got a pinch hitter here. Number 11, Josiah Chavez, pinch hitting for the second baseman McGuire. So Chavez pinch hitting for McGuire. We'll see who ends up taking the field at second base defensively in the bottom of inning number 6. So Chavez pinch hitting takes a called strike 1 on a fastball elevated from Carbajal. Chavez listed as a catcher, left-handed batter, right-handed thrower. Big body at 6'3", 192 pounds. The Santa Paula, California native up against Carbajal. And jackknifes away from this pitch over the inside as the count goes even at 1.
Santa Paula is a great little community over in Southern California, more towards the Central Coast, up in the hills. It's a nice place to raise a family.
Chavez has started 23 of the 35 games in which he's played in on the year. Takes a swing and rolls this one down the third base side, foul, just outside the line. But the Darian Williams shaded that way anyway. And the count of ball and 2 strikes and a pinch hit at bat. Chavez hitting .239 on the year with a home run and 12 RBIs, getting on base at a .352 clip. Carvajal's 1-2, lightly lofted to left field. That'll fall in front of Krizik. Rounding third and heading to the plate. Dumonel scores without a throw as Krizik turns and fires it to second base. The pinch hit RBI single for Chavez, and it's now a 4-1 lead for the Lancers.
Yeah, Chavez chased that ball that he fouled off sharply down the third base line on the fastball. Was thinking he was going to go back to the fastball, Carby, but threw that slider, and he was able to get around on that, slap that one into left field right in front of Krizik.
Now C.J. Maciel will pinch run, and Maciel, the infielder, kind of answers the question as to who's going to take the reps at second base. So here comes, looks like Corey Vanderhook out to have a word with Noah Carbajal, and the infield will join in as well. Looks like the bullpen starting to get loose behind Carbajal. So in 5 1/3 innings, Carvajal's given up 4 runs so far, including back-to-back hits here in the 6th. So with the top of the lineups, due up in Garrett Ostrander, this one is much about giving a reliever a chance to warm up as it is an opportunity to game plan as the lineup wraps back around for the 4th time for California Baptist.
Yeah, it's a good mound visit by Coach Vanderhook also. Being behind by 3 right now, knowing that Rocha is pitching a gem of a game, we got to keep this one as tight as possible to get things rolling with the bats. So trailing 4-1, that is Vanderhook's just going out there and trying to calm Carbajal down, hopefully turn a double play as the runner takes off and that ball's fouled away. GCU looking to get runners in motion right there, try to generate something, get somebody in scoring position. But this is a chance for Carbajal to get the double play. You're all, they'll say in the dugout, you're 1 pitch away.
Looking for a ground ball off the bat of Ostrander, who squares to bunt, gets a good one down the third base side. Carbajal off the mound to field it, the throw up the line and pulling Kate Higgins away. Safely at second on the sacrifice bunt is Maciel, and Ostrander able to beat it out.
Yeah, as Carb was able to field that ball, his back foot slipped out from underneath him on that relay over to Higgins at first. Ball was up the line towards right field, and Higgins had to pull away or that ball would have gotten down the line and easily scored the runner.
So with 2 runners on, a run across already in the inning and 1 out. For the first pitch to Carpentier, Jacob Sharp calls time, it'll head out, and that looks like that'll do it for Carbajal. So they're ready to go with an arm in the bullpen. They've got the blackout curtain nearly in front of the home side first base bullpen, so we can't see who it is until he enters the game. Vanderhook out to pull the ball from Carbajal as the right-hander jogs out from the first base bullpen.
Looks like Nick Rush.
That is Nick Rupp, so it's the southpaw holding the glove in the other hand. So Rupp will replace Carbajal. We'll step aside with a break in the action. Take a break for the pitching change with 2 on, 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning, and California Baptist leading 4-1.
Now pitching for the Rebels, number 10, Nick Rupp.
So it'll be Nick Rupp to take over here with 1 out and 2 on, and a run across for California Baptist in the top of the 6th inning. No, Carabajal so far charged for 3 runs, all earned. CJ Maciel off second, Garrett Ostrander off first. The responsibility of the starter, if they were to come around and score, a pair of inherited runners to start the outing for Nick Rupp. Michael Carpentier, the left-handed batter, up against the southpaw on the mound. Left-on-left battle for Rupp, who deals out of the stretch. Gets a first pitch fastball fisted straight back into the screen for strike 1 against Carpentier. Rupp, the 5'10", 190-pound senior out of Spring Valley High School here in Las Vegas. Also pitched collegiately at the University of Houston and nearby CSN, the JUCO powerhouse on the West Coast. He's ahead of Carpentier, 0-1. Spots a fastball on the outside. Nice pitch for a called strike 2. That fastball opening up 86-87 for Rupp. He relies on a ton of deception, though, from that left side.
He does, and he struggled those last couple of outings. This is a situation that he's been struggling with, it being ahead in the count.
It was a curveball in the dirt. Both runners on the move. Sharp's throw to third is in time. Williams not able to apply the tag. Not sure if that was a true double steal or if both runners just reading that pitch in the dirt, but Maciel, the pinch runner, safe at third. Ostrander moves up behind him.
That throw by Sharpie was up the line, so Williams had to reach across and come back for a swipe tag, but wasn't able to get it.
So now with a couple of runners in scoring position, the infield drawn all the way in. The 1-2 from Rupp. Inside. Slider just off the front arm of the batter Carpentier, who's 1 of 2 with a double, a walk, and a run scored. So the left-hander Rupp trying to keep the line respectable on Carbajal. This one's grounded first base side and dribbling. It takes a 90-degree turn and goes foul.
That could have been trouble for the Hustling Rebels right there. That ball dribbling down towards first base. Higgy on the run towards the plate, but that ball hit right on the cut of the grass and took it, to your point, a 90-degree turn. So pretty fortuitous there for the Rebels, as that would have easily scored.
Lucky bounce gives Rupp another opportunity at the strikeout. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's grounded fair down the first base side, not fielded cleanly by Higgins. Everybody's safe. Scoring from third is Maciel, and it's now a 5-1 game.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there. Again, Rupp being ahead in the count, 0-2. Had to battle back right there, and that ball wasn't hit very hard, but it was in the gap, and Higgins making a play towards second base, wasn't able to catch up with that, and that's going to be a E on the first baseman, Higgins. Another run across for the Lancers.
So it's 5-1. That run charged to the starter, Carbajal. Carpentier on first. Mitchell Simon stands in from the right and takes ball 1 high from Rupp. So Ostrander standing off third base in the squad, and back on the mound is Rupp. Head of a 2-0 pitch to Simon. Here it is. Simon takes up and away, and the count goes 3 balls and no strikes from Rupp to Simon, with Dusty Garcia watching on deck.
That's 2 fastballs in a row that Rupp has missed up and away.
3-0 offering. Hacked and missed. That one way up out of the zone as well. Simon absolutely had the mind made up before that pitch.
Rupp took a little bit off that, and he was way out in front of that.
Simon still ahead of Rupp, 3-1. His fastball grounded to third. Glove by Williams. The throw to second is in time. Murphy's throw to first is down the line, off the glove of Higgins. Scoring from third is Ostrander. Carpenter retired up the middle, 5-4 on a fielder's choice. That'll put Simon on for the first time tonight. And with that, not only does California Baptist score their 3rd run of the inning and their 6th of the game, we'll close the line on the starter Carabajal, who's charged for all 6 runs so far.
Yeah, that 5-4-3 right there that was set up. Long relay over to second. Murphy had to really try to relay back over to Higgins. Not sure that he would have gotten him anyways, but got away from Higgins. Runner does stay on first, but you know, this is one of those situations where you got to turn those to get out of the inning and get back to the plate for your offense.
Garcia fouls the first pitch off.
It's their radio.
Ball's behind 0-1. Garcia with the homer so far tonight. Runner goes. Pitch swung on and missed. Throw from Sharp is on the other side of the bag. Myro applies the tag for the out. Great throw by Sharp to stop the bleeding in the 6th. Caught stealing 2-6. Ends the threat. California Baptist scoring 3 runs on 4 base hits with no errors and nobody left on. UNLV with some serious work to do heading into the bottom of the 6th, trailing 6-1.
Rebel fans, we love it when our youth teams come out to support UNLV baseball. If you have a group that would like to join us this season, call 702-739-FANS to make it happen.
Rebel Baseball brought to you by Findlay Chevrolet, located in the Southwest at 215 and South Rainbow. They're Nevada's #1 Chevrolet volume dealership. Frankly, we are customer driven. 6-1 the score with UNLV looking up at California Baptist in game 1 of a 3-game weekend non-conference set here at Early Wilson Stadium. Story for the Lancers tonight has not been the 6 runs of offense. It's been the arm of Liam Rocha. The right-hander begins his 6th inning of work with a fastball high, called for ball 1 to Austin Krizik. 11 strikeouts through 5 innings so far for Rocha. As Krizik takes a bouncing fastball for ball 2. Krizik, a strikeout victim. Everybody but Myro has struck out at least once tonight. Krizik fanned in the first, popped out to short to end the 3rd. Leans away from this fastball inside, and the count 3 balls and no strikes to Krizik with Sharp and Williams the next 2 batters.
Absolutely outstanding pitching performance by Rocha. As that ball does get across for a called strike. That's his 90th pitch of the game, so he's getting to that point now where, you know, they're going to start thinking about saving his arm. There is some activity up in the Lancers bullpen.
Yeah, right-hander starting to throw as Krizik lines one down the left field side. It's fair. Rolling into the corner for extra bases as it's scooped up by Ostrander. Krizik sliding into second, feet first and safely. It's the first extra base hit out of 4 on the night for UNLV. Double number 12 on the year for Krizik. Starts the offense out in a swinging fashion in the 6th. It's the 2nd straight inning in which the Rebels have put a leadoff runner on, and that looks like it'll do it for Rocha. First base runner to reach against him in the 6th is the final one, so the quick hook pulls the starter Rocha after Krizik doubles against him to lead off the 6th inning.
Yeah,
regardless, just an outstanding performance.
Absolutely outstanding performance by the young man from California Baptist, so he's got to be feeling really good, but that was probably predetermined going out into that inning. Coach Adcock was probably thinking if he can get the first couple outs, he's going to let him roll a little bit more, but with that double right there by Krizik, they're going to go to the bullpen.
So it's Ryan Delgado wearing number 16. Delgado coming in behind Liam Rocha. So we'll step aside for the pitching change. Krizik off second with 1 out. Jacob Sharp to bat when we return.
attention, please. Now pitching for CBU, number 16,
Ryan Delgado on to throw here in the bottom of the 6th inning with the Rebels trailing 6-1. 6'3", 210-pound, well-built right-hander out of Santa Maria, California, up against Jacob Sharp here in the bottom of the 6th inning. With the Lancers on top 6-1, back-to-back regular season champions of the WAC came out swinging in the early part of this game behind the arm and the strikeouts of Liam Rocha. Give you the final line on the starter in a moment. Sharp on the first pitch from Delgado takes just inside for ball 1. Rocha finishes with a career-high 11 strikeouts and 1 walk. Struck out 11 of the 20 batters he faced in the game, allowing 1 unearned run on 4 hits and 5+ innings. He leaves in line for the win in a 6-1 ball game. Sharp takes his slider from Delgado over the outside for a called strike 1. I think many of these UNLV hitters thankful that Rocha no longer in the game.
Yeah, quite the contrast between Rocha and Delgado. Delgado, big body, kind of a snap arm movement.
One of those guys you look at and you see bullpen. As Sharp lines one sharply to center, but underneath it and able to grab it is Dumino. And retreating back to second goes Austin Krizik. Well struck ball by Sharp, but Dumino right place, right time for the out. One-on-one out here is Edarian Williams. Third year for Delgado with California Baptist. This by far his best. 1-1 record and a 2.45 ERA so far for Delgado, who's made 16 outings, including a pair of spot starts on the year for Gary Adcock. Williams swings to the first pitch, rolls over. Nice play on a short hop by the third baseman Simon. And his laser beam throw across to first is in time to retire the hustling Williams, who drops to 0 for 3. Krizik remains at second after a leadoff double. And that'll bring up Cade Higgins, who struck out twice against Rocha. Interestingly enough, the Rebels, even including the 6th, had put runners on to lead off 3 of the 6 innings. Only one of them even advanced past second base. It was Braden Murphy. That's been the only run that's scored for the Rebels. Changeup outside from Delgado, called for ball 1 to Higgins.
Yeah, the Rebels just have not been able to string anything together. The only reason they have the run across is because of the throwing error by the pitcher.
And the situational hitting just has not been there. This is a Rebel team coming off of a 3-game series sweep at the hands of conference rival San Jose State. So Higgins swings it, pitch in the dirt, and misses for strike 1. You were there, and you just said that the offense really never able to string anything together, similar to what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same approach that we saw all weekend from the Rebels at the plate. We seem to be fooled a little bit. You know, San Jose has a really good pitching staff, and we're seeing a couple of outstanding pitchers for the Lancers tonight, but we just don't seem comfortable at the plate.
The 1-1 to Higgins. Swung on, fouled back into the mitt for strike 2.
And it's very surprising, you know, looking back last year to the Rebels, you know, 2nd leading hitting team in the nation with relatively, you know, the same lineup.
Count 1-2 to Higgins. At atop the mound is Delgado, trying to retire the side in the 6th. Drops one right down the middle for a called strike 3. Higgins down on strikes for the 3rd time tonight. Rebels unable to put a leadoff runner reaching around, and through 6 innings full, it's the Lancers 6, the Rebels 1 from Early Wilson Stadium.
Which is why every chicken finger we serve is hand battered and cooked to order just for you. We never take shortcuts. That doesn't mean you can. Introducing an even faster and easier way to order Cane's with our new app. Find your closest restaurant, customize your meal, pay and schedule pickup. So next time, take it easy and order with the Raising Cane's app.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
No lo dejamos para luego, no, que la lucha se fue y la noche llegó. Ay, quiero saber si usted quiere lo mismo que yo. Dime pa' dónde vamos después de la playa. Si no secamos, yo traigo la toalla y de nuevo nos mojamos. Pero en mi cama te voy a dar tabla de selfie a alguien. Dime pa' dónde vamos después de la playa. Si no secamos, yo traigo la toalla y de
Leading off the 7th for the Lancers, number 3, Dusty Garcia.
Rebels threatened in the bottom of the 6th inning, but are unable to capitalize on an Austin Krizik leadoff double. And back with the top of the 7th, it's Nick Rupp pitching for the 2nd inning. Gave up a couple of hits in the 6th inning, but Mitchell Simon caught stealing to end it with Dusty Garcia batting. Garcia, with a new set of balls and strikes in the 7th, leans away from a first pitch fastball up and in from Nick Rupp. Rebels able to bounce Liam Rocha from the game, but California Baptist starter and outstanding performance doesn't do it justice with how good he was tonight as Rupp misses down low.
Yeah, we can't emphasize enough how impressive Rocha was tonight, and that is exactly what you're looking at from a pitcher, especially on a non-conference weekend like this. You're not going to stretch a guy more than you have to once you get back into conference. But, you know, the outing tonight by Rocha is exactly what you expect from a guy like him. Veteran, guy that's got a low ERA. He's going to come in and try to shut things down, and did exactly that.
Rupp gets on the board with a strike as Garcia, who had squared a bunt, pulled it back on a pitch in there for strike 1. 3 balls and a strike now as Rupp gets a swing and a miss on a pitch up and in. And the count goes full quickly from 3-0 to 3-2 to Garcia, who homered in the 3rd. He's popped out and grounded out otherwise. Payoff pitch from Rupp. Grounded up the middle. Moving to his right is the shortstop, Myro. Throw is high. It's off the glove of the first baseman, Higgins. Takes a big bounce off the retaining wall back into the field of play. Garcia reaches for the first time on a throw from Edarian Williams. That was high. So Garcia on. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Jake Skipworth.
Yeah, and those are the situations. We're going to get a mound visit right here from Coach Vanderhook. He is going to make a change, but those are the types of plays right there that Myro makes routinely 99.9% of the time. Just relayed over too high to Higgins at first, and you know you're sitting in the dugout and bullpen and you're watching that, and you're just, you know, things are compounding for the worse right now for the Rebels. So we got to make easy plays, routine plays have got to be something that we get these pitchers out of a jam when we're struggling a little bit, and especially at the plate. We can't put any more runners on base and let the Lancers extend this lead by more than 5 runs.
So from one lefty to another, it's Josh Sharman jogging out, and he'll take over for Nick Rupp. We'll step aside for the pitching change here with Sharman taking over for Rupp in the top of the 7th inning.
Project, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. 16 the block. I just wanna rock. I just wanna I just wanna rock. Body out of ya. Shorty got that body out of ya. Hit it once, no time. Set up, you gon' kill my vibe. Stand on my money, don't know my size. Pick them sides, and you better choose wisely. That's my high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. That's my heart.
From one left-hander out of Las Vegas to another, as number 11 Josh Sharman takes over for number 10 Nick Rupp. You're in a 6-1 game with California Baptist leading in the top of the 7th. Dusty Garcia off first. Jake Skipworth, first batter that 5'11", 205-pound Josh Sharman will face. He'll work out of the stretch from the third base side of the mound. First pitch, ground ball to second. Murphy doesn't field it cleanly, but is able to recover and throw a low ball to first. That's picked out by Kate Higgins. Good recovery by Murphy, unable to make the initial play on a ball that it would have been tough to turn 2 on regardless, but able to get 1 out, even with Garcia advancing up to second.
Yeah, again, I go back to what we commented on Paul Myro last hit and error that he had. That's a situation where that Murphy needs to charge that ball to make sure that he gets that lead runner, keep runners out of scoring position. Sharman coming in, he's been in and out of the bullpen, starter this year. Did start last Sunday against San Jose State, did get roughed up. He only went 1 2/3, gave up 2 runs on 5 hits.
Cole Howarth pinch hitting. Meanwhile, breaking from second to third is Garcia. He's in there safely ahead of the throw on his 9th stolen base of the year. So Garcia has now homered and stolen a base tonight with Chase Howarth, the big 6'6" right-handed batter, pinch hitting for Shane Simpson. You'll see that a lot in these non-conference matchups. A lot more pinch hitters and bench bats than you normally would. As the behemoth Howard swings and fouls one straight back for strike 1.
And then looking back at that stolen base, a lot of times the runner on first, that slide step by the pitcher is going to keep him short. But Sharman took a really long windup right there, and he was easily able to steal third base.
Howarth fouls the ball down, and the count goes a ball and 2 strikes. Shane Simpson hit the ball hard 3 times, 2 singles and a line out to right. But replacing him is Howarth in the non-conference matchup. Howarth hitting .299 on the year. 2 home runs, 11 RBIs, getting on base at a .420 clip. That'll play at any level of baseball. 1-2 from Sharman. Swung on and missed for strike 3. First strikeout for Sharman is the second out of the top half of the 7th inning. And with another insurance run on third base, that'll bring in Josh Pano, the shortstop.
Good pitch sequence right there from Sharman. That curveball right there against the tall batter really broke probably 6-7 inches right there onto the hand. So good opportunity right here to get out of the inning without putting anything on the board for the Lancers.
Pano takes a curveball through the top of the zone for strike 1. So far tonight, he's tripled. Got the game's scoring started when he did so in the second. Hitless since then, though. Flat out to right against Carbajal to end the third. Struck out against him in the 6th. Swings and misses here. And moves behind 0-2 against Josh Sharman. Pitching for the 10th time this year, the 4th time in relief. Sharman, the 4-1 record, but a 6.75 ERA that he'd like to lower tonight. He's set. The 1-2 offering. Swung on, grounded to the left side. Charging is Myro. Shortstop sets the feet, fires low. Higgins can't get it. It's up the line. A run scores. Rounding first, heading to second is Pano. And he'll be in without a throw. It's now a 7-1 lead for California Baptist on yet another throwing error by Paul Myro.
Yeah, the defense for the Hustling Rebels is letting the pitching staff down. That's a ball that should be fielded. Myro works to his right deep in the hole, but he's got a strong enough arm to get that relay over to Higgins at first base. But looks like the last couple times he's fielded the ball, he's rushed his throws over there. So 2 innings, opportunity to get out of the inning a couple times now, even with the play that Braden Murphy wasn't able to get the lead runner. And that's that runner that ends up scoring.
Dumanel watches as Sharman turns to second. No throw with the runner. Pano heading back in safely. The 3rd error of the game in the 2nd of the inning against Myro. That'll put an unearned run charged to the ledger of Nick Rupp. Bouncing ball blocked by Sharp. Comes up ready to throw to second, but scrambling back towards the base is Pano. Dumanel has doubled and struck out twice. Meanwhile, for Rupp, the final line. In 2/3 of an inning, allowing an unearned run, 0s elsewhere. He'll leave with the no decision as the game on the shoulders of Carbajal. Another fastball low from Sharman in the count. 2 balls and no strikes to Dumanel, the freshman. Carbajal's final line, 6 runs all earned on 6 hits and a walk. He struck out 3 over 5 innings, and as mentioned, is the pitcher of record right now in a 7-1 ball game. Sharman's 2-0, nicely spotted over the inside. Took something off of that one for a called strike 1. Second baseman Murphy keeping an eye on the runner. Everybody else deep and straight up around both infield and outfield. This one sliced over the head of Murphy in a shallow right center for a base hit. Rounding third and scoring without a throw is Pano. It is an 8-1 lead. California Baptist pouring it on in the 6th and now in the 7th. Scoring 3 in the 6th. So far 2 across on a pair of costly errors in the 7th.
Yeah, this has kind of been a repetitive happening for the Rebels. We have given up a ton of runs this year with 2 outs. Last week in San Jose, we gave up 6 runs with 2 outs on the board. So pitchers and infielders got to make sure that we try to keep that ball in play. And that ball's ripped into right field.
C.J. Maciel in his first at bat of the day pokes one through for a base hit to the right side of the infield. Fourth different base runner of the inning on just the second hit. Maciel pinch ran for Chavez, who pinch hit for Connor McGuire. So that bottom part of the lineup rotating around, all having pretty favorable results. The lineup wraps back around to the top. It's the seventh hitter of the inning. The leadoff man, the table setter, Garrett Ostrander. Sharman fakes the throw to second, sending the runner Dumanil diving back in at first and safely. Dumanil off second. It's Maciel off first. No hold on at either base. 2 outs, 2 on, 2 across in the inning. Nice stop there by Sharp on a spinning ball by Sharman. At the very least, the coaching staff likely asking Sharman to go the 7th and the 8th inning to try and save the pitching staff for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, this is a situation right now that they're going to be looking for Sharman as he misses low and inside right there. They're going to be looking for him to get some outs, work through some batters. To your point, you know, it's a long weekend, non-conference. You're probably going to see a little bit more in the rotation over the next couple days, although we'll have Beal on the mound tomorrow to start the game. But they got to find some groove going because this is not working for the Rebels.
Sharman misses inside again, and the count moves to 3 balls and no strikes to Ostrander with Carpentier on deck. This is a UNLV team, 14-20 on the year. They're 7-11 in Mountain West play, although Mountain West, much like the basketball schedule, in baseball this year, a meat grinder. Everybody beating up on each other. As this one over the outside for a called strike one. And just 7 teams in the Mountain West for baseball, and they've done damage against each other the whole year.
Yeah, and if you look at the standings, I mean, the Rebels sit 6th out of the 7th team, but really we're only 4 games out of first.
3-1 pitch, in there for a strike. Checking the swing was Ostrander, and now the count full.
Unlike, I mean, just like basketball, though, the conference seems to be beating up on each other a little bit. We'll give you some scores here as we look at the Mountain West here shortly.
The runners go. The 3-2 pitch, bounded up the middle. Grabbed by the shortstop, Myro. Throw to first on the money. And the damage limited to 2 runs. One charge to Simon. And we're at the stretch break at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. When we come back, bottom of the 7th inning, Rebels trail by 7. It's an 8-1 ball game.
All right, fans, up out of your seats. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. So join us in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
Leading off the bottom of the 7th for UNLV, number 22.
Coming out of the stretch break in the bottom of the 7th inning. 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up for UNLV. It'll be Alex Pimentel to lead things off against Ryan Delgado, who recorded all 3 outs in the home half of the 6th inning. Got Sharp to line out, Williams to ground out, and struck out Cade Higgins in a called strike 3, picking up where the starter Liam Rocha led off. Rocha with 11 Ks, Delgado with 1 through an inning so far. First pitch outside to Alex Pimentel, who has singled and struck out both against the starter Rocha. And as the 3rd time through the lineup gets towards the bottom, the desperation ramping up for UNLV as they trail 8-1. Fastball away from Delgado once more, and it's a 2-ball, no strike count to Alex Pimentel. Delgado in his 3rd season with California Baptist, pitching, as mentioned, for the 17th time on the year. Misses away once more, and it's a 3-ball, no strike count to Pimentel with Murphy on deck, Myro in the hole to begin the 7th inning.
This situation where you're almost positive that he's going to keep the bat on his shoulders. The Rebels are just looking for base runners right now.
At 3-0 fastball, scooped up at the knees by the catcher Carpentier. 3 balls and a strike now to Pimentel. Delgado pitching for the first time since the 18th. That was their Tuesday midweek non-conference matchup in the Battle of Riverside. 6-2 win for the Lancers over the Highlanders of UC Riverside as Pimentel takes a called strike 2 on a fastball, riding in on the inside. In the outing, Delgado threw 1 inning, struck out a batter, needed just 9 pitches to get through the 1-2-3 inning. So he's refreshed and off of a good result. Pimentel fights this pitch off, shoots it straight back to the screen, and the count remains full. This is the 3rd all-time matchup between UNLV and CBU. Both of the previous matchups, you don't have to go back that far. It was a home-and-home set last year. Pimentel takes a called strike 3. What a slider through the front door. Coming in over the inside. 2nd consecutive strikeout for Delgado.
Braden Murphy.
Brings up Braden Murphy with 1 out, nobody on. Murphy with a strikeout and a single so far on the docket. He'll face off against the new arm. Quickly out there to make the changes, Gary Adcock. So Delgado done. And we'll keep it here during the pitching change, trying to get an idea on the long-haired right-hander is jogging in. But for UNLV, trailing in the bottom of the 7th, rather, by a 7-run deficit. Just trying to get a base runner on any way they can. And the new pitcher wearing number 36, Brandon Downer, the 6'5", 217-pound sophomore out of Corona, California. This is a California Baptist team with everybody but 2 hailing from the state of California. So Downer continues the trend, coming in behind Delgado. So Downer for Delgado. Delgado threw an inning and a third, striking out 2. No hits, no runs, no walks. And now it'll be Downer to take over. First batter he'll face off against is Braden Murphy. What kind of an approach are you looking for here from Murphy? You want him to be aggressive, or you want him to work the new pitcher a little bit?
You got to see some pitches from the new pitcher. You know, right now the Rebels are just looking to get some positive momentum going on. If I'm looking down at the dugout right now, I'm not really liking the way that the body language is in the dugout right now. So we need some leadership down there to kind of get things rolling. This is a long weekend, non-conference. This is a chance for the Rebels to get back on track. So not only are you trying to win this ball game, you do still have 8 outs to try to get back into this thing, but you're looking to get some momentum going in tomorrow, and more importantly, we got a big series coming up on the road. We go to Creighton here on Monday for a midweek, Tuesday and Wednesday against Creighton in Omaha. So then we roll into San Diego. So San Diego State's playing really good ball right now at the top of the Mountain West Conference leaderboard. So Rebels got to find something, try to get some positive momentum going, positive mojo.
Downer looking like Liam Rocha out there. Spins a curveball through the top of the zone for a called strike 1 to Murphy, who to this point has scored the only run of the game for the Hustlin' Rebels all the way back in the 3rd inning. Out of the full windup, Downer gives up a high fly to right field. Playful for Garcia, who went backwards, now in. Called off at the last moment by the center fielder Dumino, who covered plenty of ground and retires Murphy for the 2nd out in the 7th inning. Brandon Downer, so far so good. With 2 outs, nobody on against him so far. Here's Paul Myro, the 4th, the right-handed batting shortstop, who's 0 for 1 with a walk on the night. So again, the final line for Liam Rocha, who left after 5 innings plus in line for the victory. Strike 1 on a fastball to Myro. Rocha threw 5+ innings, an unearned run on 4 hits allowed and a walk. Career high 11 strikeouts, and leaves well in line for win number 5 on the year, barring a big comeback. Myro lifts the hands over a fastball from Downer, beg your pardon, and it's a 2-ball, no strike count. Rather 1-1 to Myro.
That Downer, big right-hander, touching 93 according to StatTrack.
Spins a curveball high, 2-1 to Myro. The numbers for Downer, not quite where he'd like them to be this year. A 1-6 record and a 9.29 ERA through 15 outings coming into the night. 31 innings, he struck out 29 and walked 20. Bounces a fastball here. Good watch by Myro to move to 3-1. So the walk's a big issue after walking 19 last year in 57 innings. Downer has issued 20 free passes in 31 innings on the year this year. As Myro dribbles this one in front of the plate. It's Downer off the mound. The pitchers throw to first just in time. Jake Skipworth scooping it up before Myro runs into him. Scored 1-3 on the putout of a swinging bunt in front of home plate. In between Delgado and Downer, the Rebels down in order. Running out of time here as we enter into the top of the 8th inning coming up. It's California Baptist 8, UNLV 1.
All right, fans, earlier in the game we gave you all a trivia question to think about. The question was, how many schools are in the Mountain West Conference for baseball? The correct answer is D, 7. Many of you submitted a correct answer, but only one of you is the lucky winner. Lucky winner is Diana Awney. Congratulations, Diana Awney. Meet us at the top of the stairs by the press box to claim your prize.
We're just strangers in passing. The 5-minute chain, you want my dick? How you good? You know what I'm saying? Chill. Try to keep you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now pitching for UNLV, number 17, Cole Roberts.
True freshman right-hander Cole Roberts to throw in the top of the 8th inning with California Baptist, leading UNLV 8-1. Roberts, the freshman right-hander out of Desert Oasis High School in town, up against 2, 3, and 4 in the visiting lineup. Comes in behind Josh Sharman, who went an inning, gave up an unearned run on 2 hits, no walks, 1 strikeout. Sharman will leave with a no decision in an 8-1 ball game here in the top of the 8th inning. It's the 5th outing of the year for Roberts, facing off against Michael Carpentier. First pitch fastball just outside. Roberts, not a big body, 5'11", 165 pounds is listed height and weight. Certainly throws a lot heavier and harder than that.
Well, if he's 5'11", I'm 6 foot. And I'm not even close to that.
Bounces a fastball in to move it to 2 balls and no strikes to Michael Carpentier, who has doubled, walked, flied out, and reached on an error in his 4 plate appearances so far tonight. Roberts, who has kind of a herky-jerky motion from the right side, throws the fastball right down the middle for a called strike 1.
Coach Vanderhook is really high on this young man, though. With fall ball, he was throwing in 93 to 94.
This one golfed in the air to right field by Carpentier. Benara will turn this one around and watch it go for a long ball. Carpentier with his 5th home run of the year. And that extends the lead to 9-1. Lancers scoring for a 3rd straight inning.
Yeah, that pitch was actually low and out of the zone. That ball was, to your point, golfed over the right field wall. That ball was well hit.
Next up,
so a well-struck ball by Carpentier extends the lead and brings up Mitchell Simon with nobody on ahead of him.
Well, getting back to Roberts, freshman coming in a game like this, and, you know, you look at that pitch right there after giving up the home run, trying to overthrow a little bit. That's just inexperience right now, but I know the coaching staff is really high on this young man. He was touching 93, 94, kind of in the fall ball, had a little bit of an arm problem coming into the season, but feeling better now and still can touch the 90, 91 as a freshman. He misses outside, and he's going to get a little visit right here. Braden Murphy, second baseman, and Sharpie, the catcher, going to go out and say, you know, young man, hey, just settle down right now. You know, we're trailing this ball game 8-1. This is a chance for you to get some pitches, get some experience. All we need you to do is throw strikes right now.
The home run that Roberts allowed, the 2nd of the year. He's making his 4th outing of the month. Finding ways to sneak him into games here at the back end of the campaign as Simon takes a big swing and a miss. Comes up empty for strike 1. 2 balls and a strike to the right-handed batting 3rd baseman Mitchell Simon. He takes outside again. 3 balls and 1 strike the count. Roberts pitched on the 4th against Grand Canyon, then again on the 7th against Nevada. Through 2 innings at Loyola Marymount was scoreless, gave up just 2 hits and a walk. Simon pops it up down the right field side. Higgins, the first baseman, into foul territory, now drifts back, dives, and can't get it. That ball bouncing harmlessly as a foul ball on the first base side as Simon lives to see another one. That one, an unfortunate, unforced misplay by Higgins. That ball really tough for any first baseman. He looked like he had a beat on it from the start.
Yeah, it looked like he was under it, but that ball carried a little bit more than he thought it was going to be able to travel, and just got over his head. That would have been a pretty easy out to try to get Roberts settled down here a little bit.
Nonetheless, the count goes full to Simon. Roberts takes the sign, deals from the stretch. Simon swings and misses at strike 3. So Roberts rectifies a defensive miscue and comes back to strike out Simon on the next pitch. You love to see that, even the development throughout the at-bat.
Well, absolutely. A young guy like this, true freshman coming into a game that is, you could say is out of reach at this point, but after giving up that home run right there, that's a good sequence for him to come back and really show what he's capable of doing.
Dusty Garcia swings over a first pitch fastball for strike 1. Roberts starting to get the feel for that heater. This one's hammered to right, but pulled well foul by the left-handed hitting Garcia, who's homered already today. Leads the club, rather second on the team with 12 on the year. Trails only Mitchell Simon in the clubhouse. Simon's 14 long balls lead the conference. Roberts ahead 0-2. Garcia back in from the left. Roberts takes the sign. A chest-high set. Here's the right-hander's delivery. Breaking pitch. Just hit back to the screen. Able to live to see another one is Garcia.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record tonight, 0-2, this is a situation they're going to be looking for Roberts to put something down low and away. Keep that ball, Garcia has power for not a really big guy.
There's the breaking pitch. Did he go? Yeah. Call for strike 3 regardless. So after the home run, back-to-back strikeouts by Roberts. Now on a called strike 3 by the home plate umpire Anthony Prater. So Simon and Garcia down via the K. Jake Skipworth due in next.
Let's see if Roberts can get through this batter without hitting him.
Skipworth, who has been hit twice tonight, takes the first pitch outside.
Skipworth is a big-bodied left-hand or right-handed hitter.
Yeah, listed at 6'4", 240. I'd be surprised if both of those were underestimates. Another pitch outside. You had mentioned during his last plate appearance that he does stand a bit closer to the plate than a lot of pitchers are comfortable with. Likely part of the reason why Roberts has been way outside on these first 2.
And Sharpie set up pretty much straight away.
Nobody on, 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. Skipworth hits one a million miles high, but shallow to left field. Heading back is Myro. Shortstop calls everybody off, gloves it above the head for the out. So a good comeback effort by Roberts after giving up a leadoff home run to Michael Carpentier. 3 straight putouts, including a couple of Ks mixed in. Bottom of the 8th coming up. 9-1-2 due up for UNLV. Time running out for the Rebels, who have just 6 outs left to give and trail California Baptist 9-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, now playing right field for CBU, number 10, Matthew Darr.
Santino Panaro to lead off in the bottom of the 8th inning as the Rebels trail the Lancers of CBU by 8. Back out on the mound is Brandon Downer, third pitcher of the game, used by head coach Gary Adcock for California Baptist. Downer up against Panaro, then Charles and Krizik, 9-1-2. So the Rebels look to mount a late comeback bid. 1 run on just 4 hits. The only one of those for extra bases, a Krizik double. First pitch swinging is Bonaro. 2-hop bouncer to the second baseman, Maciel, who gloves and throws to first all in time. 3 up and 3 down, dating back to the 7th for Dowder, as he has been excellent. Coming in after Ryan Delgado was trusted to face just 4 batters, he retired all of them. So a perfect 7 up and 7 down for the Lancer bullpen so far. And looking to break that trend is Ryland Charles. Charles 0 for 3 with a couple of Ks and a pop out to short, all against the starter Liam Rocha.
Yeah, we talked earlier in the game about Rebels graduating 12 players this year. A couple of notable players in Major League really making their mark for the Rebels at the next level. That ball is across for a called strike. 3 notable names. Dean Kramer, who's pitching for the Orioles, graduate of the Hustlin' Rebel program, 1-0 with a 6.16 ERA this year.
Charles takes a breaking ball for a strike. He's behind a ball and 2 strikes to Downer now.
Kyle Isabel, who's settled into starting the outfield for the Kansas City Royals. Isabel only hitting 200, but it's been kind of heating up as of late.
Charles offers up at that fastball above the head. 2 up and 2 down on a ground out and a strikeout for Dowder. 2 outs, nobody on for Austin Krizik here in the bottom of the 8th.
And Izzy is a new father, so he actually took a little leave for about a week and had a new baby delivered into the Isbell family. But the name that we can spend a lot of time talking about is Bryson Stott.
That first pitch outside to Krizik and Stott. Absolutely gaudy numbers here at Early Wilson Stadium throughout his career, and he's really kept up that offensive momentum, especially through affiliated ball. As Krizik lifts this one down the left field side, hooking towards the corner. That's a foul ball.
So Stotty, settled in at shortstop last year for the Phillies when they made their run to the World Series. They added a pretty big name to the Philly lineup this year, and they bring in a guy who been pretty good shortstop in the major leagues for a long time.
Trey Turner might be the best in the big leagues right now.
He probably is. And Stotty, when they said, hey, what do you think? He goes, well, where else do you want me to play? He's that kind of player. So he settled in at second base and hitting going into tonight, he's hitting 344, leading the league in hits.
It's a good start for Stott, yeah. And it's a guy in a family that's still very involved in this UNLV program.
Absolutely. You'll probably see his mother in the stands tonight.
Here's the 1-2 to Krizik, swinging and missing for strike 3. The Rebels have been plagued by the strikeout tonight. That is the 15th of the night as a team, and the Rebels down in order for the 2nd straight inning. We're on to the 9th. California Baptist looking to add on next. It's a 9-1 lead.
Rebels fans, back in the 6th inning, Austin Krizik laced a double down the left field line, which means one lucky section will get a double-double from In-N-Out Burger. Check out the board right now to see if that is your lucky section.
I pray. That's why I need a wonders. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time, I go.
Section 110, congratulations. You've all won a free double-double from In-N-Out Burger.
One more time, I go. Higher powers taking hold on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, now pitching for the Rebels, number 40, Peyton Fuller.
I met her down at LA. She said that she saw me walking in about a mile away. Pink just had to take her phone and I just took her smile away. She said I'm too drunk and crazy. She don't like the way I dance. I said you don't have to torn this. She said she'd take a chance. I've been kind of crazy ever since they went down. I got kind of lost and baby, this what I found. Girls like you just want to take me around.
Lanky right-hander Peyton Fuller to toe the slab in the top of the 9th inning with California Baptist leading UNLV 9-1 in the first game of a weekend non-conference matchup as the Mountain West matches up with the WAC on a Friday night. It'll be Chase Howarth, 6'6" designated hitter, batting for the second time today. First batter that Fuller will face, the 6'4", 190-pound grad transfer from Oregon, pitching in his second year in the UNLV program. Deals out of the stretch and gives up a line drive knocked fouled on the first base side. Howarth falls behind 0-1, came in as a pinch hitter for Shane Simpson in the 7th. Struck out swinging. That was against Nick Rupp. Or rather, Josh Sharman got him on a strikeout, and Fuller gets him to swing and miss at strike 2. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes from Fuller to Howarth with Payno and Dumanil, the next 2 batters up against Fuller. Deals out of the stretch. The 2-strike delivery, grounded back up the middle. Moving to his left is the shortstop Myro. Gloves, throws low. Higgins can't pick it out at first. Goes off the retaining wall in the first base dugout. Up to second base is going to be Howarth. That one a really tough play up the middle. Although that's normally one that Myro is able to make, and he's having a tough night at short. No other way to put it for a guy who's normally so adept with the glove. That'll put a runner on second base for Josh Payno. So Payno, who has tripled, struck out, flied out, also reached on an error and scored back in the 7th inning. Takes that bouncing ball from Peyton Fuller with the runner on second. Still nobody out in the inning. California Baptist looking to add on to their 9-1 lead. An error putting the leadoff man on once more as Payno cuts and misses. Count goes even at 1.
Fuller, lanky right-hander that really has a limited sample this year, but I think he's a guy that's going to really kind of settle in over the next couple of years for the Rebels.
Payno backs away and then swings. Kind of did it all in one fell swoop as Fuller kind of dropped the arm angle there. He is a deceptive right-hander because he comes not quite 3/4, not quite sidearm either. It's a unique release point for sure from a tall, skinny right-hander. His delivery, torch straight back. Foul ball keeps the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Talk about a limited sample size. It's just the second time that Fuller has tossed this month and the 5th overall on the year. The 1-2. Inside, called for strike 3. Beautiful front door slider that freezes Payno. Sit down via the backwards K for the second time tonight. And with 1 out on the board and a runner on second after an error to lead things off. It was supposed to be Nick Dumanil's spot, but we'll have a pinch hitter as Josiah Bryant, listed on the roster as a catcher, stands in from the right. So we'll see who takes center field in the bottom of the 9th inning. For now, it's Bryant. Right-handed hitter wearing number 31. He's ready to swing. Acts at the first pitch and comes up empty as Fuller moves ahead. So Dumanil's night is done. He's got multiple hits in each of the 2 games in which he's played in this year. Bryant swings to the second pitch, fouls it back. I think some of the residual went by and hit Jacob Sharp, but it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes to Bryant, who's making just his second plate appearance of the year. Struck out in his only other AB. He's behind 0-2. Fuller with a step off the back of the mound. He'll reset, take the sign from Sharp. Rock and deal on 0-2. Here's the pitch. Bryant takes one just low. Fuller thought he had strike 3. That's that aggressive veteran mentality that Fuller can bring to the back end of a bullpen.
Absolutely, and you know that sidearm motion that we referenced, as he does brush him back with an inside slider right there. But you know, for a right-handed batter, you know, he's not seeing that till late, and that thing's breaking across his body. So when Fuller, I think, really finds his groove, I think he's going to be really effective for the Hustling Rebels.
The 2-2. In there, called for strike 3 on the slider. Same pitch he got Payno. Going back to the well there was Fuller. Back-to-back called third strikes after the first batter reaching on an error. Fuller realistically should be out of this inning. He'll try to keep the damage off the board in the 9th as CJ Maciel stands in for the second time. He singled in his first at-bat of the day back in the 7th. First pitch swinging is Maciel. Foul ball goes back off the edge of the mask of Jacob Sharp for strike one. Peyton Fuller, 89 to 90 on the fastball so far tonight. So if you can throw 90 from that sidearm angle and locate it away from a right-hander,
it's a tough pitch.
Really hard for some of these college-aged right-handers to hit. Ground ball not fielded cleanly by Darian Williams, but the third baseman able to recover and fire a strike across the diamond in time. Leadoff runner reaching on an error. He's stranded on as the next three batters all record putouts. And the Rebels, with their backs against the wall, due up in the bottom of the ninth. They need 8 to tie it, 9 to walk it off and win. We'll see if they can do it next.
Staying in the game and catching, number 31, Josiah Bryant. Now at second base, number 20, Marty Munoz. Moving to center field, number 8, Josh Pano. And now at shortstop, number 2, CJ Maciel. And leading off the ninth for the Rebels, number 5, Jacob Sharp.
I used to serve it to your man, hey, postman. Walk, leash, walk, walk, leash, walk, leash, walk.
It all comes down to this in the bottom of the ninth inning. Rebels trail the Lancers by a 9-1 score. Back out to try to close it out on the mound is Brandon Downer. His first pitch to Jacob Sharp, watched all the way for a called strike one on the fastball. Plenty of defensive changes to update you on. Josiah Bryant, who came in as a pinch hitter, remains in the game behind home plate doing the catching. Second baseman CJ Maciel slides to shortstop as Sharp corks this one out of play down the right field side. The shortstop Pano out to center field, and playing at second base, Marty Munoz, who's into the game for the first time. So Munoz at second, Maciel at short, Pano out to center, and Bryant catching. Watching the Rebel catcher swinging foul one straight back, and the count goes 0-2 to Sharp. Darwin Williams and Cade Higgins to follow. Rebels have plated 1 run on 4 hits so far tonight. None since the 6th inning. Ground ball back up the middle. Downer got a piece of it. Shortstop fields the throw to first. Not in time. So the newly shuffled middle of the infield unable to make that play as Jacob Sharp looked like he got a piece of the pitcher. Downer on the way by, but able to beat it out for an infield single. First hit since a Krizik double in the 6th.
That ball caught Downer on the left calf, it looked like, as he was falling towards first base after the pitch. Good relay over to second, but Sharpie moves pretty quick for a catcher. You got to give him a little more credit when it comes to speed on the base paths.
Not expecting him to run down 8. Here's Darian Williams taking an overhand curveball from Brandon Downer, who has been excellent so far. That's the first base runner that he's allowed in now an inning and 2/3. He struck out 2, gotten a pair of ground outs, and a weak fly ball by Braden Murphy, the first batter he faced in the 7th inning. Darian swings and misses. That fastball blown by him for strike 2. Downer has been up as high as 95 on his fastball tonight. That's not something that UNLV is necessarily accustomed to seeing.
No, and then you got Williams up at the plate right now. He needs to just put the ball in play. That was a big cut from Williams on the fastball. Misses as he slaps that one back foul. This is a situation, right? And we talked about the momentum, right? It's time to build some confidence. You know, that was a home run swing for Darian. He just needs to put the ball in play right now. Try to generate something positive for the Rebels to go into tomorrow night's game.
Downer takes a sign, comes set in front of the chest. 2-strike pitch to Williams, bounce in the dirt. Good block by the catcher Bryant, playing in just his 2nd game of his collegiate career. Williams 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out twice against the starter Rocha. Grounded out to third against Delgado, one of the 4 batters that the bridge man out of the Penn face. He swings and misses, reaching out a pitch for strike 3 here. Third strikeout of the night for Williams is the third of the night as well for Downer. And with 1 out and 1 on in the bottom of the ninth, it's Cade Higgins standing in from the left.
And Downer's fastball is still 92-94 this inning, so he's still bringing the heat.
He's working out of the stretch with Sharp on first. No hold on from first baseman Jake Skipworth. Higgins takes the first pitch outside on a fastball. Higgy's 0 for 3, and he's struck out in all 3 plate appearances so far tonight. It's kind of the theme of the evening for these UNLV batters is the K all night.
16 strikeouts. I don't know that I've ever seen a Hustlin' Rebels team with 16 strikeouts in a game. 5 hits right now. We only had 5 hits over 3 games in San Jose, so got to get something working with the bats.
Counts 1-1 as Higgins lines this one up the middle. Shortstop Maciel's got it. The throw back to first, however, not in time. Nice play on a heads-up leap from the shortstop Maciel, and Sharp even more heads-up on the base pass.
Maciel got a good break on that ball that was hit right over second base, but he was able to get over there and make that play on that, and stab it and make a really good relay over to first base, but Sharpie got back in, so 2 outs. Rebels down their last at bat, last out.
Down with their backs against the wall. It's up to Alex Pimentel to extend the game. That first pitch fastball from Downer is low.
Yeah, those are the type of situations too. That ball was hit hard by Higgy, but when you're kind of down and looking for things to happen, teams seem to make some pretty good plays against you sometimes.
Always the way that works out, right? Sharp advancing up to second. They'll give it to him on defensive indifference, so no stolen base for Sharp. Trailing by 8 in the bottom of the ninth inning. They'll let him have that all day long. Tough sledding for the Rebels, both offensively and defensively tonight. Committing 4 errors, amassing 5 hits to this point. Pimentel takes a strike at the knees. Count goes 2 balls and a strike to the DH, who singled, stole second, and was stranded on in the 5th. He has struck out twice otherwise. Swings at this one, grounds it down the third base side, it's fair. Rolling into the corner for extra bases. Here comes Sharp around to score the second run of the game. So Alex Pimentel not ready to go down into the night just yet. That's double number 8 on the year, RBI number 30, and it's now a 9-2 game.
Number 4,
Pimentel's not going down, to your point. Easily, that's the second hit of the ball game, so only Rebel in the lineup with multiple hits tonight. But that's what you expect from a player like Pimentel, who's hitting right around the 350 mark. Veteran player coming from Long Beach Dirtbags.
First pitch to the left-handed batting Murphy, misses up.
And we're talking about just some momentum, something positive going into tomorrow's 1 o'clock game against the Lancers from California Baptist.
Murphy 1 of 3, going to keep this contest going. Prior to the last double, Murphy had scored the only run of the game for the Rebels as he takes a called strike to even the count. UNLV now with 2 runs on 6 hits. Third of their hits in the game coming in the bottom of the 9th inning. Murphy waves and misses at a breaking pitch, and UNLV down to their last strike tonight. 2 hits in the 3rd. They had a hit each in the 5th and the 6th inning. And the 2 hits here in the 9th. That has been it as the offense continues to struggle here in the latter part of the season. The 1-2 to Murphy. Down and away. He thought about it. Able to hold it up on a check swing. If Murphy reaches to extend the game, Paul Myro IV awaits on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Grounded to second. This should do it. Second baseman Munoz turns and throws to first, and it's in time. And the Rebels fall to 14-21 with a 9-2 loss tonight, plating 9 runs on 6 hits. They also commit 4 defensive miscues. And really from the start, it was Liam Rocha dominating, and the Rebels really not able to do much about it right from the start of the game.
Pretty disappointing effort tonight by the Hustlin' Rebels, and we're going to call it like it is. This is a situation where they got to be a little bit of a gut check right now, heading back into the clubhouse tonight. I'm sure Coach Higgins, the hitting coach, is going to talk to the batters about taking better approaches, going up to the plate with a plan, because it seemed like tonight we kind of freelanced a little bit, and you know, when you're struggling like this, you got to put something together. You got to start getting some positive thoughts going. You got to take good at bats so that you're trying to at least extend pitching when you're facing a guy like Rocha that started tonight and the other two pitchers that came in. They're good pitchers. And you know, Rocha, I would put him up against anybody we have seen this year. So outstanding night by the young man Rocha from CBU. But you know, getting back to the Rebels, they've got to get something rolling. There's got to be some better body language. So the leaders got to step up. A lot of baseball left. We had 2 games this week, 2 more games next week, non-conference, and then we have 12 games in conference that we have got to get back on track.
Rebels fall 9-2. Final line score featuring California Baptist plating 9 runs on 12 hits, 1 error, leaving 9 men on. UNLV plating 2 runs on 6 hits, with a lot of that damage coming in the 9th. 4 defensive misplays, including 3 errors by the normally sure-handed Paul Myro IV. UNLV also left 5 runners on base. Liam Rocha with the win to go to 5-0. In 5+ innings, he struck out a career-high 11 batters, allowed an unearned run against him. So he goes to 5-0. Carbajal goes to 1-5. Noah Carbajal, the UNLV starter, allowing 6 runs, all earned on 6 hits over those 5 innings, with 1 walk and 3 strikeouts included. We played in 2 hours and 22 minutes tonight in front of 577 fans as the Rebels fall to 14-21 with a 9-2 loss to the California Baptist Lancers. As Dan mentioned, we're back at it tomorrow. 1:05 first pitch with Noah Beal, the probable pitcher for UNLV. We'll take the air just a couple of minutes prior here on the UNLV Athletics YouTube page. For my broadcast partner, Dan Dolby, Kelsey Olson with UNLV Athletics, and everybody else here at UNLV, I'm Matt Neverett saying thank you for tuning in, and so long for tonight from Early Wilson Stadium.